Chapter 1170. Before the grave, Helian Lin was expressionless. He was about to attack when a woman appeared before him. It was none other than Yi Ling. Yi Ling's eyes flickered with a dark light. Helian Lin smiled. "I think you are." Right at this moment his voice stopped abruptly, because a hand was wrapped around his throat. Helian Lin was stunned. The experts of the Helian family were stunned as well. Helian Lin looked at Yi Ling and said in shock, "You." Meanwhile, Yi Ling exerted force with her right hand. Psst! Helian Lin's head was pulled off, and blood gushed out like a fountain. It was extremely bloody. Helian Lin's eyes opened wide. At this moment his mind was blank. This is Yi Xian's younger sister? Why is she stronger than me? Yi Ling turned around and left after she killed Helian Lin. Meanwhile, a dark ray of light flashed by, and then over 10 bloody heads flew into the air in an instant. In the distance, Yi Ling opened her palm, and a thorn landed firmly in her hand. In the next moment she entered the grave. The gravekeeper glanced at the heads around him, and remained silent. After a short moment he shook his head. Is there something wrong with these people? With that he turned and left. In his opinion, the spirit of Yin tribe should be laughing secretly if the great god in the grave didn't come out. But these fellows still wanted to look for her. Weren't they stupid? Outside the spirit world, Guan Yin and the others were still restraining Yi Xian and the others. However, more and more spirit of Yin tribe experts were dying, because Yi Xian was unstoppable. Even returning realm-piercing realm experts couldn't stop a single strike from Yi Xian, because he was trading his life for theirs. He could take it, but those returning realm-piercing realm experts couldn't. Moreover, the primordial race experts were being suppressed by the sword-sex swordsman. The situation was getting worse for Guan Yin's side. As for Guan Yin, he stared at the void dimension. As long as he could capture Yi Ling, they would be able to reverse the situation. Right at this moment an old man walked out. It was the gravekeeper. The undertaker gazed at Guan Yin, and he hesitated for a moment before he said, "I thought about it. I'll give it to all of you." With that, he waved his right hand, and a dozen bloody heads fell not far away from him. All of them were the heads of the Helian experts. Guan Yin's mind went blank when he saw this. All gone? The experts of the spirit of Yin in the surroundings had noticed these heads as well, and their expressions had instantly changed when they saw these heads. Panic. At this moment, they were panicking. In the distance, the primordial underworld's face had turned dark. Helian Lin was a veteran origin-breaking world-returning realm elite, and he was actually killed. Moreover, even the Helian family's dozen origin-returning world-breaking realm experts were killed. Who did it? The primordial Ming looked at the dimension of nothingness. He knew that there were still unknown experts inside. Guan Yin naturally knew who did it. It was that woman that resided within Yi Ling's body. She's still within Yi Ling's body. Guan Yin's expression became extremely unsightly when he thought up to this point. Guan Yin didn't hesitate at all and suddenly said, "Retreat! Retreat!" The spirit of Yin retreated when they heard Guan Yin. If they continued fighting, then they would definitely suffer heavy losses. However, when they retreated, Yi Xian didn't stop. Yi Xian directly chased after them. As he exerted his blood realm, countless spirit of 9 dead experts were corroded by his killing intent. And then they started to kill each other. Guan Yin suddenly spoke fiercely. "Stop him. The rest of us retreat." As her voice fell, more than 20 origin-breaking realm elites blocked in front of Yi Xian. At this time, the sword-sex elites rushed out. However, Guan Yin charged directly towards the sword-sex elites. Although she couldn't do anything to Yi Xian, she wasn't afraid of anyone other than Yi Xian. The war started again. In the distance, Yi Xian held his sword and slaughtered crazily. Whenever he met a returning to origin-breaking realm expert, he would exchange his life for his. However, those returning to origin-breaking realm experts had learned their lesson. They no longer fought with Yi Xian with their lives. They only restrained him. However, Yi Xian's blood realm was too disgusting, because as long as they were covered by the blood realm, the spirit of Yin experts would have their minds eroded, and then they would kill crazily. Only shattering void tier elites could barely block the killing intent released by Yi Xian, although Guan Yin, the primordial Ming, and the others forcibly blocked all the sword-sex elites. Yi Xian alone also blocked all the Spirit of Yin experts. On the battlefield, the situation was becoming more and more disadvantageous for the Spirit of Yin. Right at this moment, the space in the distant starry sky was suddenly torn apart, and then a middle-aged man walked out from within it. The middle-aged man looked down at Yi Xian, and he was just about to attack when a woman appeared in front of him. Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao looked at the middle-aged man. I've waited for you for a long time. The middle-aged man looked at Xiao Dao. Are you the young lady of the demon Dao family? Xiao Dao said calmly. What does it have to do with you? The middle-aged man smiled. I heard that you didn't want to marry, so your cultivation was sealed by the demon Dao family's patriarch, and then banished to the lower realm. Is that right? Xiao Dao was expressionless. You guys know quite a lot. The middle-aged man smiled faintly. Miss Xiao Dao, we have no intention of becoming enemies with you. Our target is only that Yi Xian below. If you step aside, we can live in peace. What do you think? Xiao Dao looked at the middle-aged man. No. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment and said, Why? Xiao Dao said calmly. Because that guy below is a very kind person. He is kind, so I can't not be kind. After saying that, she directly disappeared on the spot. In the distance, the middle-aged man frowned slightly, and suddenly punched out. Hong. With one punch, the starry sky was destroyed. However, Xiao Dao didn't retreat at all, and she punched out again. Hong. In an instant, this expanse of the starry sky was blasted into nothingness. Xiao Dao and the middle-aged man retreated repeatedly, and they retreated for over 30 kilometers. After Xiao Dao stopped moving, she opened her palm, and a blood-red sickle appeared in her grasp. In the next moment, she transformed into a blood-red shadow that vanished into the starry sky. In an instant, the entire starry sky was covered in blood-red afterimages. The middle-aged man frowned when he witnessed this scene. He didn't dare act carelessly, because she was once a genius of a clan of the demon Dao. The middle-aged man opened his palm, and then a black spear appeared in his grasp. He stomped his right foot lightly against the ground, and then he stabbed it forward. Hiss! A sharp and ear-piercing sound of something being torn apart resounded through the starry sky. Down below, Yi Xian and the experts of the sword sect were still fighting the spirits of Nine Yin to the death. Guan Yin, who was fighting desperately, had suddenly stopped, and then a voice resounded in her mind. Retreat! Retreat! Guan Yin raised her head, and it didn't take long for a ferocious expression to appear on her face. She knew that the experts of the spirits of Nine Yin had been stopped. Xiao Dao. Guan Yin didn't give it any further thought. She suddenly turned around and roared furiously. Retreat! Everyone retreat! Right at this moment, a blood-red ray of light suddenly slashed towards her. It was Yi Xian. Guan Yin's pupils constricted abruptly, and then she clenched her right hand into a fist and smashed it forward. Bang! An expanse of blood-red light exploded, and Guan Yin was pushed back by over 1 kilometer. Moreover, her right palm had been slashed off by Yi Xian's sword strike. At this moment, Yi Xian's strength could be said to be abnormal, because the energy of his bloodline was causing him to grow stronger and stronger. There was no upper limit. So long as he was in a berserk state, then there was no upper limit to the strength of his bloodline. It could be said that his strength was growing stronger and stronger. Coupled with the sword in his hand, ordinary Returnance Realm experts weren't a match for him at all. Especially the spirits of Nine Yin, because he completely countered the spirits of Nine Yin. Guan Yin was shocked when her right hand was slashed off by Yi Xian, because she suddenly realized that Yi Xian's strength was growing stronger and stronger. Most importantly, under the influence of Yi Xian's bloodline, the countless spirit of Nine Yin experts in the surroundings were killing each other. Ordinary spirit of Nine Yin experts didn't dare approach Yi Xian at all. What sort of bloodline is this? Guan Yin was extremely shocked in her heart. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly vanished on the spot. Guan Yin's pupils constricted abruptly when she witnessed this scene, and she suddenly gazed at the spirit of Nine Yin experts in the distance. Retreat! She knew that if no one restrained this insane Yi Xian that stood before her, then they had no chance of victory at all. Countless spirit of Nine Yin experts retreated when they heard Guan Yin. Meanwhile, Yi Xian had already charged over to Guan Yin. Guan Yin's left hand suddenly spread open, and a pitch-black shield suddenly appeared before her. Yi Xian's sword arrived before her. Bang! The shield exploded into pieces while Guan Yin retreated explosively, by over 3 kilometers. As soon as she stopped moving, she turned around and waved her left hand lightly, causing a spatial rift to appear. In the next moment, she entered the spatial rift. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly charged into the spatial rift. The expressions of the experts from the sword sect changed drastically when they witnessed this scene, and they intended to pursue Yi Xian. However, the spatial rift had already closed up. Lu Yinxian's expression was slightly unsightly. Suddenly, senior sister Lu said, "Head to the Yin world." As soon as she finished speaking, she led the swordsman along as she shot into the sky. Destination, the Yin world. After Yi Xian charged into the spatial rift, he flew on his sword all along the way, while Guan Yin dashed madly in the distance. She didn't dare fight Yi Xian at all. If Yi Xian couldn't devour her sword, then she could still fight Yi Xian. But the problem was that Yi Xian could devour her sword. As a swordsman, it was equivalent to her being crippled. Flee. What she had to do now was to flee back to the Yin world and start all over again. Yi Xian followed closely behind her, and his speed was growing faster and faster. A ferocious expression flashed through Guan Yin's eyes as she raised her speed to its limits. Around an hour later, the space in front of her suddenly split open, and then a strand of formidable death energy swept out. In the next moment, she entered that expanse of space, the Yin world. However, Yi Xian didn't stop, and it didn't take long for him to charge into the Yin world. As soon as he entered the Yin world, countless Yin spirit experts surrounded him, and Guan Yin was in the lead. Guan Yin gazed at Yi Xian. This is the Yin world. There was no spirit energy in the Yin world. So, it could be said that coming here was equivalent to courting death. Right at this moment, the Yin energy and death energy in the surroundings suddenly surged towards Yi Xian like tidewater. The Yin energy and death energy didn't corrode Yi Xian, and they were absorbed by Yi Xian instead. Guan Yin's face instantly turned pale when she saw this. If Yi Xian was allowed to absorb all the Yin energy and death energy in the Yin world. Chapter 1171. Kill him. Guan Yin's voice suddenly rang out. Her voice was a little crazy. She did not know what would happen if Yi Xian absorbed the deathly aura of the entire spirit world. However, she knew that it was definitely not a good thing for the spirit race. Hearing Guan Yin's words, the spirit race experts all rushed towards Yi Xian. At this moment, the sword in Yi Xian's hand suddenly shook violently. The next moment, a blood-colored sword light vibrated in front of Yi Xian. The few leading returning to breaking world realm powerhouses were directly pushed back. At this moment, Yi Xian was like a black whirlpool. The entire nether spirit world was filled with countless deathly and Yin auras that rushed towards him like a tide. In an instant, Yi Xian was drowned by the Yin aura and deathly aura. In the distance, Guan Yin stared at Yi Xian. Kill. The dozen returning origin-breaking realm experts beside her rushed over. At this moment, the space around Yi Xian became illusory. However, at this moment, the space Dao gathered between Yi Xian's eyebrows. Hong. The surrounding space instantly returned to normal. Seeing this scene, the returning origin-breaking realm experts' faces changed. They all retreated. Now they did not dare to get close to Yi Xian. Whoever dared to get close to Yi Xian would exchange his life with that person. Towards Yi Xian, these returning origin-breaking realm experts could not do anything. Not only was Yi Xian immune to the deathly aura, but he could also use the sword realm to break their suppression. Especially Yi Xian's space Dao. That Dao could solidify space. It made their breaking realm abilities useless. It could be said that Yi Xian's sword realm and space Dao were natural enemies of the returning origin-breaking realm experts. What kind of freak was he? In the field, the returning origin-breaking realm experts' faces were extremely gloomy. This Yi Xian was their natural enemy. Guan Yin stared at Yi Xian, who was furiously absorbing the death aura in the distance. No one knew what he was thinking. Actually, the most terrifying thing about Yi Xian was not his physical body, nor was it that blood sword. It was his bloodline power, and his self-recovery ability. Ever since they started fighting with Yi Xian, the Dark Yin clan had already lost more than 10 Return to Origin Breaking Realm experts. Before these Return to Origin Breaking Realm experts died, they all inflicted heavy injuries on Yi Xian. However, his recovery was too fast, way too fast. Not only did he have a strong physique, but he also had a powerful self-healing ability. Most importantly, he was also a swordsman. How were they supposed to fight? At this moment, Guanyin suddenly shouted, "Retreat!" All the Spirit of Nine experts looked at Guanyin. Guanyin slowly closed his eyes. Retreat to Spirit Realm. Hearing this, the faces of the spirits of Dark Yin and the other powerhouses instantly became extremely ugly. I can't accept this. How could they accept this? The fifth-dimensional universe was within his reach. But now, because of Yi Xian, they had to give it up. However, they had no other choice. At this moment, Guanyin suddenly inserted 2 fingers into her eyes. Chi-chi. 2 streams of blood shot out from her eyes. The faces of the Spirit of Nine experts changed drastically. One of the Spirit of Nine looked at Guanyin and said in horror, "Young clan leader, you." Guanyin clenched her left hand tightly and said with a trembling voice, "I underestimated Tendo. I underestimated Yi Xian. This is my fault. Because of my fault, countless of my clansmen died tragically. I, Guanyin, cannot be forgiven." The Spirit of Nine expert was about to speak when Guanyin suddenly raised her head. 2 streams of blood tears flowed from her eyes. Arrogant. After reaching Origin Breaking Realm, I thought that no one in the 5th dimension was my opponent. What a joke. In terms of intelligence, I am not as smart as Tendo. In terms of strength, I am not as good as Yi Xian. Now, it seems that I am worlds apart from that woman in a plain dress. No, I am not even comparable to her. The funny thing is that I wanted to surpass her in the past. Ignorance is not scary, because everyone has moments of ignorance. What is scary is not knowing that you are ignorant. I, Guanyin, am really stupid. As soon as she finished speaking, a faintly discernible sword cry suddenly reverberated from within her body. At the same time, a powerful aura suddenly swept out from her body. Everyone in the surroundings was stunned when they witnessed this scene. She was going to break through. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from the sky. Clear heart, clear mind, sword change. Making mistakes is not scary. If you know your mistakes and can change, it is the greatest virtue. Congratulations, lass. Hearing this voice, the Origin Breaking Realm experts hurriedly bowed to the sky. Greetings, clan leader. In the sky, the voice sounded again. Return to the spirit realm and think about it. Guanyin looked at Yi Xian in the distance. Young Master Yi, we will meet again. After saying this, she turned around and left with the spirit of Dark Yin experts. On the other side, the martial arts hall master Wu Songxing looked at the retreating spirit of Dark Yin experts and pondered. At this moment a voice came from behind him. Let's go. Hearing this, Wu Songxing was shocked. He suddenly turned around and saw a middle-aged man standing not far in front of him. Wu Songxing was shocked. Senior brother, when did you wake up? The person in front of him was the former martial arts hall master Wu Jing. He was once one of the peak experts in the 6th dimension. Wu Jing looked at Yi Xian and said softly, "We underestimated Tendo, Yi Xian, and the person behind him." Wu Songxing frowned. The person behind him. Wu Jing looked up into the sky and said softly, "That woman almost destroyed the entire 6th dimension." Hearing this, Wu Songxing's face changed. So abnormal? Wu Jing looked at Wu Songxing. That woman is not a half-step self-release. She is at least a self-release expert. Saying this, he looked down at Yi Xian. Do you see this person's bloodline? This person's bloodline is not simple. I have never seen such a powerful bloodline in the 6th dimension. And the sword in his hand, it is an ordinary sword, but it is also a Dao sword, a sword that understands Dao. You can imagine how powerful its previous owner was. Whether it is the owner of the sword, the plain-dressed woman, or the white-robed woman, none of them are people we can fight. Wu Songxing said in a deep voice. Are we going to give up? Wu Jing looked at Wu Songxing. If we don't give up, we will die. As he spoke, he raised his head to look at the starry sky and softly said, Previously, I felt that the 6th dimension system wasn't good, because it was very unfair to many people. But now, it seems that the system there is already the best. Without that system, the sixth dimension might be like the fifth dimension and the spirit realm, having to go through the fifth dimension tribulation. Fifth dimension tribulation. Wu Zongxing's expression changed. Spirit realm also has to go through the fifth dimension tribulation? Wu Jing nodded. This is why they crazily fought over the books. If they want to survive, there are only two ways. One is to snatch the books and use the books to resist the fifth dimension tribulation. Two is to go to the sixth dimension. However, the price to go to the sixth dimension is a little high, because from the past, it seemed that Yi Xian was easier to bully. Unfortunately, they and we were wrong. This Yi Xian is not easy to bully at all, especially when the Tendo here is still on his side. Wu Zongxing said in a deep voice. If the sixth dimension is heavily wounded by that woman, does that mean that spirit realm may give up on Yi Xian and go directly to the sixth dimension? Wu Jing shook his head. Even though it was heavily wounded, it was only the Union Hall that suffered. The forces of the sixth dimension did not lose many experts. Also, with the existence of the universe barrier, it will be difficult for spirit realm to enter the sixth dimension. Wu Zongxing frowned. So they will still come to find Yi Xian? Wu Jing shook his head. If it were me, I would not come to find Yi Xian. However, spirit realm's strength and foundation far surpass us. Their thinking will definitely be different. No matter what, we can't continue this game of chess. Wu Zongxing looked at Wu Jing. Senior brother, you mean to retreat? Wu Jing nodded. Retreat. Wu Zongxing hesitated, then said, Yi Xian will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. I am afraid that he. Wu Jing said softly. Let me end the karma between us. Then he directly appeared in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian opened his eyes and looked at Wu Jing. In his eyes, there was a sea of blood that made people shudder. Wu Jing smiled. Young Master Yi, you've swallowed a large amount of death qi and yin qi. These death qi and yin qi have accumulated in your body, and you won't be able to digest them in a short period of time. However, I can help you. With that, he pressed his right hand forward lightly. In an instant, an invisible force blocked the deathly aura and yin aura around Yi Xian. It was a good thing for Yi Xian to absorb the yin energy and death energy, but there was too much of them here. So much that his body could not absorb and digest them in time. If this continued, the death energy and yin energy would very likely kill Yi Xian. Just like eating, one bite at a time. If he swallowed them all at once, he would definitely choke to death. What Wu Jing needed to do now was very simple, which was to control the amount of yin energy that Yi Xian absorbed, and let him digest it slowly. In the distance, Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, his death scripture cultivation method started to circulate again. In fact, after his physical body improved, the death scripture could not keep up with his physical body anymore. But now, the death scripture was playing an extremely important role. Just like that, time passed bit by bit. Half of Yi Xian's surroundings were red, and the other half was black. The red was the power of his bloodline, while the black was the death energy and yin energy that he had absorbed. Under Wu Jing's guidance, not only did Yi Xian's devouring speed not slow down, but it also became faster and faster. Seeing this, Wu Jing's eyes flashed with surprise. He realized that he had underestimated Yi Xian's physical body. Yi Xian's physical body was extraordinarily strong. At this moment, a sword suddenly appeared above Yi Xian's head. Soul-suppressing sword. The soul-suppressing sword did not absorb it, because Yi Xian's absorption was equivalent to its absorption. Just like that, one man and one sword crazily absorbed the death energy and yin energy of the entire yin spiritual world. And the aura of one man and one sword also became stronger and stronger. One day later, the death energy and yin energy of the entire yin spiritual world had become extremely thin, and this place was actually slowly becoming normal. At this moment, Wu Jing suddenly stopped. The moment he stopped, the body of Yi Xian in front of him trembled violently, and a powerful death energy swept out of his body. The immortal body mutated again. P.S. Yesterday, I met a reader who privately messaged me about the pirated version for a long time. In the end, we parted on bad terms. Regarding the pirated version, I've said before that if you have the ability, you should support the original version. I'm very grateful. A chapter is less than 10 cents. In order to save money for everyone, I only try to update 2 chapters a day, so that everyone can afford it. Why don't I update 3 chapters? Why did I break my promise of 3 chapters a day? Do you think I've forgotten my promise? No, I haven't forgotten. The reason why I didn't do that is because I'm afraid that you can't afford it. I'm afraid that you'll have financial pressure. I'm afraid that if you guys spend an extra 365 chapters a year, it will affect your lives. If it affects your families because of me, I'm willing to die 1,000 times. I'm really afraid. So, I'd rather go back on my words than put you in a difficult position because of me. Although this will always make me bear the blame, be blamed, and be misunderstood, I have no regrets, and I have a clear conscience. Finally, please vote. You still have to vote. Otherwise, you'll definitely feel guilty if you don't vote, right? Chapter 1172. Wu Jing took a deep and long glance at Yi Xian, and then he turned around and left. Yi Xian was still absorbing the yin and death energy, and the yin and death energy, in the entire yin spirit world, was growing lesser and lesser. Around 2 hours later, Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes, and they were pitch black. He spread open his palm, and pressed it down lightly. Bang! In an instant, the entire yin spirit world was covered in countless strands of yin and death energy. The death region. At this point, he possessed 3 types of domains: the sword domain, the blood domain, and the death region. The sword domain could suppress one's cultivation and the swordsman. The blood domain could suppress one's bloodline and affect one's mind. As for the death region, it could transform an expanse of space into a death prison. Just like the yin spirit world from before, it was devoid of spirit energy and prohibited living beings from entering it. Besides that, his undying body had undergone another transformation. As long as the death energy remained, his body was indestructible. It could be said that his undying body had surpassed the creator of the yin spirit world. The death energy that the yin spirit world had gathered for countless years had benefited him in the end. Suddenly, the death energy in Yi Xian's eyes transformed into an ocean of blood. His bloodline energy hadn't vanished, and it was so strong that even the death region couldn't suppress it. The surroundings gradually transformed into an ocean of blood again. Moreover, his bloodline energy was still growing stronger and stronger. It had no upper limit. Right at this moment, a woman suddenly appeared here. Yi Xian suddenly slashed forward with the blood-red sword in his hand when he saw this woman. This slash caused a blood-red ray of light to traverse the heavens and the earth, and it directly split the heavens and the earth apart. Right at that moment, the woman suddenly tapped with her finger. That tap directly touched the ray of sword light. Bang! The ray of light instantly exploded apart. After that, the woman flicked her finger again, and this time, she tapped the center of Yi Xian's forehead. In an instant, the bloodline energy throughout Yi Xian's body withdrew like the tide. The woman sized up Yi Xian, and then she grabbed Yi Xian's shoulder and vanished on the spot. Not long after Yi Xian and the woman vanished, a black-robed middle-aged man suddenly appeared here. The black-robed man glanced at the surroundings, and then he turned around and vanished into the horizon. Spirit Realm. Spirit Realm did not belong to the 6th dimension, nor did it belong to the 5th dimension. It was a place that was independent of the 2 universes. In the past, the spiritual energy here was comparable to the 6th dimension, but now, it was similar to the 5th dimension. In the Spirit Realm, there were 4 super forces. These 4 super forces ruled over the entire Spirit Realm. The first was the Spirit Race. The Spirit Race could be said to be the overlord of Spirit Realm, because they had 3 half-step self-release realm experts. They were the faction with the most half-step self-release realm experts. The second was the Ancient Race. The Ancient Race had 2 half-step self-release realm elites. They had 1 less than the Spirit Dark Race, but they had the most return-to-origin breaking world elites. It could be said that if the half-step self-release realm elites did not appear, the Ancient Race could crush any faction. The third was the Holy Hall. The Holy Hall was a sect with many believers. They controlled almost all the countries of Spirit Realm, and had the greatest influence in spirit realm. The fourth was the Banished Immortal Island. The Banished Immortal Island was an extremely special power, and there were two sects on the island. One sect used the sword, the other sect used the saber. Most importantly, since ancient times until now, these two sects had always only passed down a single disciple. There had always been only two people on the island. Although there were few people, no faction dared to underestimate the Banished Immortal Island, because these two people could really fight. The spirit race. In a garden, there were three people sitting at a stone table. These three people were the spirit race's patriarch Guan Sheng, the ancient race's patriarch Tai Gu Yuan, and the Holy Hall's Pope Bai Tsong. Not far away, there were three people standing. They were Guan Yin, Tai Gu Ming, and a woman wearing a black robe. The woman was barefoot, and her hands were hidden in her sleeves. She lowered her head slightly and muttered. At this time, the spirit race's patriarch Guan Sheng suddenly smiled and said, "You too, I won't beat around the bush. Right now our spirit realm only has two paths. First, gather all our forces to attack the sixth dimension. Second, kill Yi Xian, take the book, and use the book to resist the fifth dimension calamity. What do you two think?" Tai Gu Yuan said softly, "The sixth dimension has a cosmic barrier. Moreover, it is too far away from us. We have no chance of winning. Even if we win, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. As for this Yi Xian, the person behind him is not simple. If we fight to the death with him, it will be a heavy loss." Guan Sheng suddenly looked at Bai Tsong and said, "Pope, what do you think?" Bai Tsong said softly, "I heard that Yi Xian is a cruel person. He kills people at the slightest provocation." At this point, he suddenly sighed softly. His face was full of compassion and compassion. The beings in the fifth dimension are under this person's rule. I can imagine how miserable they are. I think we should go to the fifth dimension and save those beings. At the side, Tai Gu Yuan shook his head. "Robbing is robbing." "This guy makes it sound so dignified." Guan Sheng smiled and said, "It seems that we have the same idea. Go to the fifth dimension." At this time, Bai Tsong suddenly stood up and bowed to Guan Sheng. "Brother Guan, I have a presumptuous request." Guan Sheng hurriedly said, "Brother Bai Tsong, if you have something to say, just say it. I can't accept such a big bow." Bai Tsong looked at Guan Sheng and bowed again. "Brother Guan, if we go to the fifth dimension, please show mercy. Don't devour the people and beings there. They are all lives. They should not be trampled on." Hearing this, Guan Sheng's expression became calm. This guy was negotiating with him. Bai Tsong wanted to take the fifth dimension for himself and make them his believers. Guan Sheng smiled and did not speak. At this time, Bai Tsong said, "If we get that study room, the Saint Hall will not take it." Guan Sheng squinted his eyes. "Really?" Bai Tsong nodded and sighed. "How can a study room compare to the lives of countless beings?" In the distance, Tai Gu Yuan glanced at Bai Tsong and thought that he was an old fox. The Saint Hall did not have the ability to take the study room. Guan Sheng smiled and said, "I think we should first talk about the person behind Yi Xian. Yi Xian is nothing to worry about for now, but we have to be on guard against the person behind him." As he spoke, he gazed at Guan Yin and said, "Little girl, you tell us." Guan Yin bowed slightly to the three of them, and then he said, "There are four people behind Yi Xian. One of them is Tiandao. Even though Tiandao hasn't acted against us spirits of Nine Yin, the reason why Yi Xian's physical body is so formidable is related to her. Moreover, she's been playing tricks in secret. The second is that white-robed woman. She's appeared in the form of a clone in the past, and she's extremely strong. She's at least at the quasi-void realm. The third is that Xiao Dao. She's the eldest young miss of the Devil Dao clan. If her strength recovers completely, she'll be at the quasi-void realm at least. As for the Devil Dao clan behind her..." Guan Sheng suddenly shook his head. "Don't worry, the Devil Dao clan won't act for her." Guan Yin nodded slightly and said, "The last person is that woman in a plain dress. Her strength is probably at the quasi-void realm." Quasi-void realm. The three of them frowned when they heard this. At this moment, Primeval Yuan suddenly shook his head. "Impossible." Guan Yin gazed at Primeval Yuan. Primeval Yuan smiled and said, "If she's already at that level, then she's entirely capable of sweeping through our spirit realm and the sixth dimension. With her relationship with Yi Xian, she has every reason to do so. However, she hasn't done so. There's only one explanation. She hasn't attained the quasi-void realm. Guanxing nodded. That makes sense. If she's attained the quasi-void realm, then not to mention the fifth dimension, even the sixth dimension wouldn't be a match for a single strike of her sword. Moreover, according to my knowledge, she isn't from the sixth dimension. How could a self-release realm expert appear in a place like the fifth dimension? As he spoke, he gazed at Guanyin. Little girl, why do you think she's at the quasi-void realm? Guanyin said in a low voice. A feeling. Guanxing asked again. Have you ever fought with her? Guanyin shook her head. I haven't. However, I fought a little girl. That little girl's physical body is extremely powerful. She once said that she was evenly matched with the plain-dressed woman. If she wasn't lying, then the plain-dressed woman's strength should be at the half-step self-release realm. Primeval Yuan suddenly said. Then it makes sense. That woman should be at the half-step self-release realm. However, she's a swordsman, and a super swordsman at that. Her combat strength is definitely stronger than an ordinary half-step self-release realm expert. Just like the two from the banished immortal island. Hearing this, Guansheng and Baizong's expressions changed slightly. The banished immortal island also had a peerless swordsman. Moreover, she was also at the half-step self-release realm. Her strength could be said to be able to suppress any one of the three of them. This was why the banished immortal island only had 2 people, but was able to become one of the 4 great forces. Baizong suddenly said, Did Brother Guan not invite them? Guanxing smiled bitterly. I did, but I didn't get any response. Why don't Brother Baizong go invite them? Baizong immediately shook his head. The island is filled with women. It's not convenient for me to go. Guanxing glanced at Baizong. It's not convenient for you to go? It's because you don't dare to go. Swordsmen all had bad tempers, and attacked at the slightest provocation. It could be said that the banished immortal island was the place that the 3 great forces didn't want to offend at all. Guanxing spoke abruptly. In this way, it would seem like the woman in a plain dress is the greatest threat to us. However, she has already left this world. In other words, only the minor Taoist, the Heaven Tao, and a Luo remain. As he spoke, he stood up and said, These 3 people are nothing to worry about. However, we still can't underestimate them. So I suggest that we send all our experts to the 5th dimension. I mean, we can't hold back at all. After we deal with Yi Xian, we'll settle down in the 5th dimension, and then we'll use the library to plot against the 6th dimension. What do the 2 of you think? Primeval Yuan fell silent for a moment before he said, All right. Guanxing gazed at Baizong. Baizong suddenly said, What if that woman in a plain dress is at the self-release realm? Guansheng was stunned, and then he smiled and said, So what if she's at the self-release realm? Could it be that the 2 of you don't want to fight a self-release realm expert? Moreover, if the 3 of us join forces, then so what if she's at the self-release realm? To be honest, if we're really able to fight a self-release realm expert, then we might even be able to advance a step further. His voice was filled with invincible confidence. Chapter 1173. 3 Working Together. Hearing Guansheng's words, Taiga Yuan and Baizong nodded slightly. The 3 of them had reached half-step self-release 10,000 years ago, while they had never seen a true self-release realm elite. In their view, if the 3 of them worked together, they definitely had a chance to kill a self-release realm elite. Soon, the countless elites of Spirit Realm headed towards the 5th dimension. Among them, there were 3 elites half a step into the self-release tier, and there were a total of 149 origin returning tier elites, as well as over 1,000 shattering void tier elites. Below them, there were tens of thousands of rulers. This lineup could be said to be 100 times stronger than the 5th dimension. Clearly, Spirit Realm was determined to obtain the 5th dimension and Yi Xian's study. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Xian opened his eyes. What entered his eyes was a familiar face. Tindo. Tiandao blinked. You're awake. Yi Xian took a deep breath. You saved me. Tindo smiled. Sort of. Yi Xian sat up and looked at Tendo. Where are the spirit race? Tendo picked up an apple and took a bite. Then he said, they returned to spirit realm. However, they have come again. Also, they have brought all the elites of spirit realm. Clearly, they chose you between the sixth dimension and you. Yi Xian said gravely. All the elites of spirit realm? Tendo nodded. There is good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear? Yi Xian glanced at Tendo. Bad news. Tendo smiled and said, the bad news is that all the elites of spirit realm have come. Among them, there are 3 half-step self-release realm elites, 149 origin-shattering realm elites. Yi Xian suddenly said, tell me the good news. Tendo blinked and then smiled. The good news is that none of the 3 best fighters of spirit realm have come. Yi Xian was a little curious. The 3 best fighters? Tendo nodded. There are 2 from the Banished Immortal Island. Besides the Banished Immortal Island, there is also an old man with a bamboo chest on his back. This old man is quite mysterious. Yi Xian looked at Tendo. You seem to know spirit realm very well. Tendo smiled and said, I know quite a bit about the 6th dimension. Yi Xian said after a moment of silence. The 5th dimension definitely cannot defeat spirit realm, right? Tendo nodded. Judging from the current situation, you have no chance of winning. Yi Xian looked at Tendo. Miss Mu, can you point out a way? The Tendo smiled. Sure. Your best choice right now is to leave this place and go to the 5th dimension. If you want to leave, I can open the door for you and let you go to the 6th dimension. Yi Xian said solemnly. Can I bring my friends with me? The Tendo shook her head. No. Yi Xian was slightly puzzled. Why not? The Tendo smiled. Because they are weaker than you. Your body can resist the power of the universe barrier, but they cannot. However, you can take some people with you. For example, your lovers. Yi Xian shook his head. No. The Tendo was slightly puzzled. Why? Yi Xian said gravely. The Worldwide Academy, Fu Wenzong, the Wu clan, the Tian race, and many of my former friends from the next realm. The Tendo spread his hands. Then you only have one choice. Stay and fight spirit realm. However, you really have no chance of winning. Yi Xian was silent. The Tendo suddenly said, do you remember what I once told you? Do what you have the ability to do. Don't do things that overestimate yourself. Yi Xian said softly, there are some things that you know you cannot do, but you have to do it. The Tendo smiled. I respect your choice. Yi Xian looked at the Tendo. Miss Tendo, why is spirit realm attacking the 5th dimension? The Tendo put the apple in her hand to the side and then smiled. Because a few super experts of spirit realm did something. Not long ago, they destroyed the spirit of spirit realm. No, they swallowed the spirit of spirit realm in order to reach the legendary self-release realm. Pity they were wrong. To reach self-release, it is not something that can be done by swallowing spirit energy. Of course, swallowing that spirit is also very beneficial to them. However, after the spirit of spirit realm disappeared, the spirit energy of spirit realm sharply decreased. Simply put, spirit realm activated its self-protection mode, which is the 5th dimension calamity. They also have to face the 5th dimension calamity. Yi Xian said gravely. Even they can't stop the 5th dimension calamity. The Tendo smiled. They can. If those top experts are willing to sacrifice themselves, they can stop it. Of course, they can only save a portion of the people. However, do you feel that they will sacrifice themselves? Yi Xian suddenly took out the book. He looked at the Tendo. Can this thing really stop the 5th dimension calamity? He had asked this question once before, but he still asked it again. The Tendo looked at the book in Yi Xian's hand and nodded. It can. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression relaxed slightly. At this time the Tendo said, but it is useless. Yi Xian was puzzled. What do you mean? The Tendo smiled but did not speak. Yi Xian was speechless. The Tendo smiled. To tell you the truth, this book does have a way to stop the 5th dimension calamity. However, do you know why the prophet chose to disappear? Yi Xian shook his head. I don't know. The Tendo softly said. Because he knew that it could only treat the symptoms and not the root cause. Therefore he chose to do so. And this book of yours can stop the 5th dimension calamity. But what happens after that? Will the fifth dimension calamity not appear? It will. Yi Xian was silent. The heavenly Tao chuckled and said, "Don't think too much about it. This tribulation isn't something you can change, nor is it something that anyone can change. As you said, just protect yourself and the people you care about." Yi Xian smiled. "That's true. I don't want to think too much." Then he cupped his fists at the Tendo. "Thank you for saving me. Miss Mu, we won't be enemies in the future, right?" The Tendo mischievously smiled. "That's hard to say, because people's standpoint will change. Maybe one day you will want to kill me." Yi Xian smiled. "I hope that day will never come." The Tendo smiled but did not speak. Yi Xian said, "I still have a lot of things to do. Goodbye." Then he stood up and left. At this time the Tendo suddenly said, "Use the Tendo sword well." Yi Xian turned to look at the Tendo. The Tendo smiled and said, "They might come to attack me. I have to hide for a few days. Be careful." Yi Xian hesitated then nodded. "Take care." Then, he turned into a sword light and disappeared into the distance. The Tendo walked out of the house. She looked at the sword light on the horizon, faintly smiled, and then left. In the starry sky, the Tendo walked very slowly. At this moment, a black-robed middle-aged man suddenly appeared not far away from her. The black-robed man looked at the Tendo. "The patriarch wants to invite Sire Tendo to the Spirit Dead tribe for a cup of tea." The Tendo hurriedly shook her head. "This is a hangman banquet. I won't go." The black-robed man was expressionless. "What if I force you to go?" The Tendo suddenly slapped out. Boom. Before the black-robed man could react, he turned into ashes. One slap to kill an origin-breaking realm-returning realm expert. The starry sky suddenly became very quiet. The Tendo clapped her hands before shaking her head and sighing. "Actually, I'm also very powerful, okay? Why can't you guys pay more attention to me? Every time you guys look down on me, I'm a bit embarrassed, hee. Then she seemed to have thought of something. She suddenly put her fingers together and drew a line. A sword light tore the space where the black-robed man was. Then she skipped and disappeared into the distance. About 15 minutes later, an old man suddenly appeared on the scene. The old man glanced at the surroundings, and in the end, he slowly closed his eyes. A moment later he frowned slightly. The sword energy was killed by Yi Xian. After saying that, he disappeared on the spot. Wu clan. After Yi Xian returned to the Wu clan, Amu and the others all let out a sigh of relief. Yi Xian directly gathered all the experts of the sword sect and the void dimension. In the hall, Yi Xian sat at the head. Yi Xian looked at everyone. "Let me tell you a piece of bad news. All the experts of the spirit realm are attacking. At this speed, they will reach our universe in at most 2 days." Hearing this, everyone's expressions immediately darkened. Yi Xian continued, "There is even worse news. That is, our current strength is definitely not a match for the spirit realm." Everyone looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled and said, "However, we have no choice." In the hall, someone suddenly asked, "Can we surrender?" Hearing this, everyone's expressions became strange. Yi Xian smiled and said, "Other than me, all of you can surrender." As he said, everyone present could surrender, but Yi Xian could not. Not only did they want the study house, they also wanted his life. At this time, Amu suddenly said, "The Wu clan will not surrender." A Qian also said, "The Celestial clan will not surrender." At the side, Tai Yi hesitated and then said, "Little friend Yi." Yi Xian looked at Tai Yi. Tai Yi smiled apologetically. "We have discussed it. We want." Yi Xian suddenly said, I understand. Senior Tai Yi and the others can leave on their own." Tai Yi glanced at Yi Xian and nodded. "Thank you for your understanding. Take care, little friend Yi." After saying this, he left with the ancient gods. However, there was one person who did not leave. This person was Yi Xian's old acquaintance, Shengong. Yi Xian looked at Shengong and said with a smile, "Senior Shengong, are you not leaving?" Shengong's face was expressionless. "I'm not leaving." Yi Xian was slightly puzzled. "Why?" Shengong said indifferently. "I want to live and die with you. Everyone." Yi Xian was also stunned. Is this guy crazy? Shen Gong slowly closed his eyes and said no more. Tai did not believe Yi Xian, but he did. Based on the current situation, Yi Xian's side really did not have any advantage. However, he would always remember the woman in a plain dress and the white-robed woman. He disdained the half-step self-release realm experts and the spirit domain. He only believed in the woman in a plain dress. As far as he was concerned, that woman was invincible. The spirit domain was trash before those two women. P.S. I suddenly realized that the readers don't seem to be very poor. Chapter 1174. Everyone was surprised by Shen Gong's decision. This guy trusted Yi Xian a lot. Even Yi Xian himself was surprised. This guy was not leaving. Seeing everyone looking at him, Shen Gong suddenly said angrily, "Stop looking. I'm not leaving." Everyone. Yi Xian's expression was a little strange. He glanced at Shen Gong, and then turned to look at Demon Yin and God Emperor not far away. Demon Yin smiled slightly. "I'm not leaving either." Yi Xian smiled and said, "I'm a little surprised." Demon Yin looked at Yi Xian. "Do you want us to leave?" Yi Xian shook his head. "I respect your choice." Demon Yin smiled and said, "Our choice is to advance and retreat with everyone." Like Shen Gong, she had seen the power of the plain-clothed woman and the white-robed woman. Compared to spirit realm, she was more willing to believe in the white-robed woman and the plain-clothed woman. And most importantly, Yi Xian had the study room. Since she could not get the study room, then she would follow the person who had the study room. This was her idea. In the distance, Yi Xian withdrew his gaze. He glanced at the battlefield. Only the sword sect Fu Wenzong, the celestial race, the Wu clan, and the worldwide academy were left. These forces obviously wouldn't leave. Yi Xian stood up. He looked outside the hall and said softly, "It seems that we can only fight with our backs to the wall." In the battlefield, everyone's expression was solemn. Because from the current situation, they had no chance of winning. At this time, Yi Xian stood up and left. Soon, Yi Xian came to the starry sky and took out the human ruler seal. At this time, Amu appeared beside Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at Amu and said with a smile, "You once told me that the human ruler seal can summon the 12 generals, right?" Amu nodded. "Yes." Yi Xian smiled and asked, "How do I summon it?" Amu pointed at the man-ruler seal. "Ask it." Yi Xian looked at the man-ruler seal in his hand and slowly closed his eyes. Soon, the man-ruler seal in his hand began to tremble. At this moment, 12 phantoms suddenly appeared in the distant starry sky in front of Yi Xian and Amu. In the next moment, 12 phantoms appeared directly in front of Yi Xian and Amu. Seeing these 12 phantom images, Amu's expression immediately turned grave. The 12 of them were not alive, but they were extremely strong. They were all experts at the peak of the origin returning realm shattering realm. The 12 of them looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian raised the man-ruler seal, and the 12 of them immediately knelt on one knee. Yi Xian said softly, "Everyone please rise." The 12 of them stood up. Yi Xian kept the man-ruler seal and looked at Amu. "I still need to go somewhere. Want to go together?" Amu smiled and said, "Of course." Yi Xian smiled and looked at the 12 of them. The 12 of them immediately turned into 12 golden lights and entered the man-ruler seal. Yi Xian brought Amu and disappeared from the scene. Not long later, Yi Xian and Amu arrived at the endless underground city. Yi Xian and Amu walked into the pawn shop. Xiao Dao was still there. Yi Xian walked to the front of the counter. He looked at Xiao Dao. "Do you have any helpers?" Little Daoist pointed to a place not far away, where a woman stood. "One-legged woman." Yi Xian smiled and said, "Are there any more?" Xiao Dao shook his head. "The others are not up to standard." Yi Xian was silent. Xiao Dao suddenly said, "You can go find the Tendo." Yi Xian shook his head. "I just separated from her." Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian. "What did she say?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "She said she can let me go." Xiao Dao said indifferently, "You refused?" "Yes." Yi Xian nodded. Xiao Dao nodded slightly. "Since you choose to stay, then prepare yourself." Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. "So pessimistic?" Xiao Dao said softly, "Spirit realm is not so simple. The only one who can destroy them is that plain-dressed woman. However, she is not here. Unless you can call her back. Yi Xian smiled and said, then it's over. He could not contact the plain-dressed woman at all. Xiao Dao nodded. Then go elsewhere and see if there are any helpers. Yi Xian smiled and said, all right. Finishing, he left with a moo. At this time, Xiao Dao suddenly said, I can only fight a half-step self-release realm. 50-50. Yi Xian turned to look at Xiao Dao. Thank you. Finishing, he left with a moo. Inside the pawn shop, the one-legged woman looked at Xiao Dao. Do we have a chance of winning? Xiao Dao said coolly. Yes, no. The one-legged woman did not frown. Speak human. Xiao Dao looked at the one-legged woman. If the plain-dressed woman returns, spirit realm will be destroyed. If she does not return, we will be destroyed. It is so simple. The one-legged woman was slightly displeased. Then why drag me into the water? Xiao Dao said coolly. You are the only one here who can fight. If not you, who should I drag? The one-legged woman raised her middle finger at Xiao Dao. I despise you. Finishing, she turned and left. Inside the pawn shop, Xiao Dao shook his head and smiled. Amidst the stars, Yi Xian walked slowly with a moo. Amu suddenly smiled. Are you worried? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Amu suddenly said. I think we just need to try our best. Try our best. Yi Xian smiled. We can only try our best. Saying that, he stopped and looked at his abdomen. Senior 9th floor, are you still there? No response. Yi Xian shrugged. He said, Brother, don't tell me you're gone. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from within Yi Xian's body. I am breaking through. It was 9th floor's voice. Breaking through. Yi Xian was struck dumb. Then he said, Are you going to level up? 9th floor said, I have. Yi Xian. The 9th person suddenly said, Kid, are you in some kind of trouble? Yi Xian quickly said, No, no. 9th floor said angrily, No, my ass. Of course there is. Forget it, just treat it as I am sleeping. Saying that, the pagoda fell silent. Yi Xian quickly said, Don't, senior. I have encountered a small problem, really a very small problem. I need your help. No response. Yi Xian was silent for a moment, then sighed. Forget it, those are all half-step self-release realm experts. With senior's strength, I'm afraid it is not enough to deal with them. Forget it. Senior should stay inside, it is safe. 9th floor sneered. Amazing. In such a short time, the opponents have gone from ruler realm to half-step self-release realm. Why don't you ascend to the heavens? Yi Xian smiled. Speaking of which, senior, what realm are you in now? 9th floor said calmly. I am very weak, really very weak. Yi Xian said seriously. Senior must be joking. Miss Tendo said that among all the experts in the 5th dimension, senior can be ranked in the top 3. Top 3. After a moment of silence, the person on the 9th floor said, Did she really say that? Or are you trying to fool me? Yi Xian hurriedly said, Every word is true. He told me to be on guard against you, saying that you are very powerful. If you have evil intentions towards me, I will be finished. Why don't I believe what you're saying? Yi Xian was speechless. The 9th person suddenly said, Speaking of which, this universe doesn't seem to have any half-step self-release experts. Yi Xian said, From spirit realm. The 9th tower said gravely, Did you provoke spirit realm? Yi Xian shook his head. I didn't provoke them. They were the ones who wanted to snatch the study room. The man on the 9th floor said, Where's the lady in the plain dress? Tell her to destroy them. She can destroy spirit realm with one strike. Yi Xian said helplessly. She left. The 9th person was a little puzzled. Gone? Where did he go? Yi Xian said. He seems to have gone to a very, very far place. In any case, he is very, very far away from us now. The 9th person said. Just wait for your death. Yi Xian. Amu. Yi Xian said gravely. Does senior know of spirit realm? The 9th person said. He knows about Dao Yi. Yi Xian was a little curious. Senior even knows about spirit realm. The 9th person said calmly. Not only do I know, I have been there. Been there. Yi Xian's heart shook. Senior has been to spirit realm? The 9th person was silent for a moment, then said. That place is not so simple. If they want to snatch your study room, You will be in danger. Especially when the plain-dressed woman is not there. You have no hope. Yi Xian said. Can Senior destroy them? The ninth person snickered. Yi Xian was delighted. Can. The ninth person said angrily. Can? Do you think I am a plain-dressed woman? That I can destroy a universe with a swing of my sword? Big brother, please don't think too highly of me. I am just a normal person. A very, very normal person. Yi Xian sighed in a low voice. The ninth person suddenly said, I am really, really weak, but... Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. But what? The ninth person said, I will help you stop a half-step self-release realm expert, but I need you to help me. Yi Xian was puzzled. What help? The ninth person said gravely, I have reached a limit. It will be very, very difficult to break through, but it is not without hope. I need someone to guide me. Yi Xian smiled. I understand. The ninth person said coolly, Little guy, I have to tell you, even so, you cannot beat Spirit Realm. You should run now. Yi Xian shook his head. If I am alone, I will run, but I have many people with me. At the side, Amu looked at Yi Xian and smiled slightly. The ninth person sighed. Why did you not let the plain-dressed woman help you destroy Spirit Realm? Yi Xian said with a smile. I think I can face everything. The ninth person sighed again. You can face a hammer. All the experts of Spirit Realm attacking together is not something you can fight. Yi Xian smiled slightly. Regardless of whether we can or not, we have to face them now. We have no other choice. The ninth person was silent. Yi Xian suddenly said, Senior only needs to stop a half-step self-release realm expert. If Senior feels we have no chance of winning, you can leave at any time. The ninth person was about to speak when Xiao Dao suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. Xiao Dao looked into the distant space. They are coming. Yi Xian looked into the distance. At the end of the space, powerful attacks were coming. The entire fifth dimension was shocked. Chapter 1175. He's here. In the starry sky, Yi Xian looked at the distant horizon, and then disappeared. There was not a trace of death aura in the former nether spirit world. At this time, countless powerful auras appeared in this world. Soon a voice sounded. He can absorb death aura. The speaker was Guansheng. Beside him were the Holy Church's sect master Bite Song, ancient races Ancient Yuan, and countless elites of spirit realm. Among them, there were 3 half-step self-release tier elites, 149 origin-breaking tier elites, and more than 1,000 shattering void tier elites. And there were tens of thousands of rulers below them. It could be said that the difference in strength between the fifth dimension and spirit realm was like heaven and earth. At this time Guan Yin, who was beside Guansheng, suddenly said, This person can not only absorb death aura and yin aura, but also sword chi and sword intent. His physical body is extremely strange. She paused, and then said, As far as I know, his physical body should have been cultivated with the help of that Tendo. Fifth dimension Tendo. Guanxing looked into the distance and chuckled. Tendo. At this time, a man in black suddenly appeared in front of Guansheng and said in a low voice, Patriarch, the person we sent to capture Tendo has been killed. Guanxing frowned. Tendo killed him? The man in black shook his head. I felt sword chi at the place where the battle took place. It should be Yi Xian's doing. Yi Xian. Guanxing smiled. What a great Yi Xian. I never thought that such a genius would appear in this universe. Guanyin suddenly said, Be careful of Tendo. Guanxing looked at Guanyin, and Guanyin said in a low voice, This person is not simple. I suggest we deal with him first, or else there will be endless trouble. Guansheng looked up at the starry sky, and he could see the end of the starry sky. A moment later he slowly closed his eyes. Divine sense search. A moment later, Guanxing frowned and opened his eyes, a trace of doubt in them. Baitsong suddenly said, You can't find it? Guanxing nodded. I can't find it. This Tendo is interesting. Baitsong glanced at the surroundings, and then he said, There aren't any fluctuations in the spirit energy here. Obviously she hasn't left this world. Since she's here, then you should be able to find her with your strength. Immemorial Yuan said with a smile. Maybe it's because the other party has some secret technique to conceal heaven's secrets. Guanyin shook his head. Seniors, this Tendo isn't simple. We shouldn't underestimate him. Taiga Yuan looked at Guanyin and said with a smile. Guan girl's words are reasonable. However, our objective this time is the study room. As for that Tendo, it won't be too late to deal with her after we deal with Yi Xian. Guanyin wanted to say something but hesitated. From her point of view, Tendo was the real threat. But at this moment, it was inconvenient for her to say anything. If she said anything, she would be talking back and being impolite. Guanxing suddenly said with a smile. Brother Yuan is right. Our true objective this time is to obtain the study room. After we obtain the study room, as for that Tendo. As he spoke, he looked up at the stars and said with a smile. As for that Tendo, I can destroy her with a flick of my finger. Destroy with a flick of my finger. In the distant stars, Tendo suddenly stopped. She turned around and said, Tui, damn it, can't you pay more attention to me? You're still so arrogant after suffering so many times. You really are a bunch of idiots. How could this great aunt have such stupid opponents like you? At this time, a voice came from not far in front of her. So it's Miss Tendo. The person who spoke was Wu Jing. Beside him was Wu Cangxing. Tiandao took a look at Wu Jing. Your injuries have basically recovered. Congratulations. Wu Jing cupped his fists. It's all thanks to Miss Tendo's help. Tendo smiled. I won't beat around the bush with you. What do you think about Spirit Realm's trip to the 5th dimension? Wu Jing smiled slightly and did not speak. Tendo looked at Wu Jing. Do you know how strong that plain-dressed woman is? Wu Jing said softly. At least Earth Escape won. Tendo suddenly said. More than that. Hearing this, Wu Jing and Wu Cangxing's expressions changed. Tendo smiled. I'm not lying. Wu Jing's right hand slowly clenched. How is that possible? Tendo shrugged. Think about it. She has already left the 6th dimension, and left so easily. Wu Jing was silent. Tendo smiled. If I'm not wrong, you are actually guessing that she is above Earth Escape 1. But you are not willing to think in that direction because you think it is too inconceivable. Am I right? Wu Jing looked at Tendo. Miss Tendo's eyes are like a torch. Tendo smiled slightly, and was about to speak when Wu Cangxing suddenly said. Then why did Miss Tendo tell us that she is at most half-step Earth Escape realm? Clearly, he still could not let go of the fact that he was tricked by Tendo. If he had gone back then, he would probably be gone too. Tendo looked at Wu Cangxing and smiled. At that time, you and I were enemies. Isn't it normal for enemies to fight to the death? Wu Cangxing's mouth twitched. He was speechless. Tendo looked at Wu Jing. Do you know Yi Xian's true identity? Wu Jing nodded. It is related to the prophet. Tendo shook her head. You are wrong. Wu Jing looked at Tendo and smiled. Miss Tendo, why don't you say what you want to say? Tiandao faintly smiled, and then said in a serious tone. His true identity is actually the son of the plane of the 9-dimensional universe. 9th dimension. Wu Jing and Wu Cangxing were speechless. Tendo blinked her eyes. You don't believe me? Wu Cangxing looked at Tendo, and did not speak. Wu Jing smiled bitterly. Miss Tendo this. Tendo sighed softly. I know you don't believe me. Let me ask you, can the two of you take one sword strike from that plainly dressed woman? Wu Jing shook his head. No. Saying this, the smile on his face became even more bitter. Because he already knew that the guardian of the 6th Dimension Alliance Hall was killed. Moreover, by one sword strike. That sword strike directly injured the 6th dimension. This level of strength is even more terrifying than a god. Tendo said again. The two of you were in the 6th Dimension Alliance Hall. So you should know the history of the 6th dimension like the back of your hand. Has there been such a powerful expert in the 6th dimension? Wu Jing hesitated, then said. The 6th dimension has had Earth Escape experts. But none of them could destroy the entire universe with a wave of their hand. Tendo nodded. So do you think she is from the 5th or 6th dimension? Wu Jing did not know what to say. Tendo smiled. I will tell you the truth, both Yi Xian and she came from the 9th dimension. Wu Jing and Wu Jing. Tendo said seriously. The plainly dressed woman came from the ninth dimension. She is the strongest expert of the ninth dimension. And Yi Xian is the son of the plane of the ninth dimension, the person she wants to protect. You must want to ask why they came to this lower universe. I will tell you. It is because an unprecedented super expert appeared in the ninth dimension. Wu Jing frowned. An unprecedented super expert? Wu Jing frowned. An unprecedented super expert? Tendo nodded. Yes, the appearance of this expert caused the ninth dimension's orthodoxy to collapse. The order became chaotic. In short, it is 100 times more terrifying than the fifth dimension calamity. In order to protect the son of the plane, Yi Xian, the plainly dressed woman had no choice but to escape to our fifth dimension. Wu Zongxing suddenly said. Then why didn't she take Yi Xian back to the ninth dimension? Also, why did she want to return to the ninth dimension? The will of heaven looked at Wu Zongxing and said, You asked two good questions. Let me tell you. First, Yi Xian is not strong enough. She put him here for two reasons. One is to hide from trouble, and the other is to train him, so that he can grow. Don't you feel that Yi Xian's life is like cheating? Look at him. He is only 20 years old, but whether it is talent or luck, it can be described as heaven-defying. Wu Zongxing hesitated, then said, That is true. Tendo nodded. Second question. The reason why she wanted to return to the ninth dimension is because there is a small problem. She wants to go back to deal with it. Before she left, she told me to take care of Yi Xian. She will be back soon. Wu Zongxing looked at Tendo. You helped Yi Xian because of her? Tendo said seriously. Of course. This is a great good karma. I have to grasp it. At this time, Wu Jing hesitated, then asked, Miss Tendo, is there really the ninth dimension? Tendo blinked. Of course there is. We humans are actually very small in this universe, like dust. And our understanding of the universe is like a frog at the bottom of a well. Our understanding of this world is limited. The question you asked me is like a frog at the bottom of a well, thinking that the world is only as big as the mouth of the well. But it is not. If it jumps out of the well, it will find that the world is infinitely big. The universe is infinitely big. Saying this, she looked at the two. If we look up now, we can at most see the sixth dimension, which is like a frog at the bottom of a well. Wu Jing looked at Tendo. Miss Tendo said so much. Is it because you want us to help Yi Xian? Tendo shook her head. I want to show you a clear path. Wu Jing smiled. I feel that our best choice now is to wait and see. Tendo looked at Wu Jing and smiled. Then I was wrong. Goodbye. Saying this, she turned and left. Wu Jing hesitated, then said, Miss Tendo, if you want to say something, you can say it directly. Tendo stopped and smiled. Previously, your goal was to return to the sixth dimension, but now, there is an enormous opportunity in front of you, not to return to the sixth dimension, but to the ninth dimension. To the ninth dimension. Wu Zongxing's eyelids twitched. Isn't this too crazy? Tendo smiled. Crazy? There is something even crazier. Wu Jing, you are now half a step into the self-release realm. Don't you want to reach the self-release realm? Hearing this, Wu Jing's expression changed. Self-release realm. Tao of Heaven said. Here, reaching the self-release realm is very, very difficult. But in the 9 dimensions, reaching the self-release realm is very, very easy. Because their martial arts civilization is hundreds of times higher than ours. And now, there is a peerless opportunity in front of you. Follow Yi Xian, and you can go to the 9th dimension. Wu Jing looked at Tendo. Ling domain is very strong. Tendo spread her hands. The plain dress girl almost destroyed the 6th dimension with one sword strike. How many sword strikes do you think Ling domain can take from her? Wu Jing was silent. Wu Zongxing was a bit moved. P.S. Do you know who I am? Actually, I am not an ordinary person. As long as you give me a monthly ticket, this good karma will be formed between us. In the future, I will bring you to fly. This opportunity does not come twice. Chapter 1176. How many times could Spirit Realm withstand her attacks? Tendo's question silenced Wu Jing and Wu Jing. She almost destroyed 6th dimension with one attack. And in terms of strength, There was no one in spirit realm stronger than sixth dimension. In other words, she could also destroy spirit realm with one attack. Even Union Hall couldn't withstand one attack from her. Tendo looked at the two and smiled. Of course, I don't mean to force you. It's up to you to choose. Then she turned and walked away. At this time Wu Jing suddenly said, Your Excellency Tendo. Tendo turned and looked at Wu Jing. Wu Jing looked straight at Tendo. Spirit realm has no reason to kill Yi Xian. The heavenly Tao understood what Wu Jing meant. She smiled and said, Because they think that they can beat the woman in the plain dress. Wu Jing shook his head. Retards. Plain dress woman. Let alone the plain dress woman. Spirit realm couldn't even defeat the white-robed woman, who had helped them before. Beat the plain dress woman? Spirit realm was really a bunch of retards. Sixth dimension was almost destroyed by the plain dress woman in one attack. However, the strong of sixth dimension and Tendo didn't even dare to fart. Tendo continued, Of course, the plain dress woman can't come back for now. It can be said that Yi Xian is in danger now. As for the two of you, I'll be straightforward. If the two of you want to improve further, Yi Xian is your best choice. Also, don't think about waiting and watching. Then she smiled. Will sixth dimension let you go? Sixth dimension. Wu Jing was silent. The current higher realm didn't have the capital to fight against sixth dimension. Tendo smiled. But what if you go with Yi Xian? Will sixth dimension dare not let you go? Then she turned and left. Wu Jing and Tendo were silent. Wu Zongxing suddenly said, I think she's tricking us. Wu Jing said softly, She didn't hide this, but we have to fall into her trap. As he spoke, he looked at Wu Zongxing. If you had to choose between Spirit Realm and Yi Xian, who would you choose? Wu Zongxing answered without hesitation, Yi Xian. We can only choose him. Wu Jing chuckled. Wu Zongxing remained silent. They would never choose Spirit Realm, because they were afraid of the plain-dressed woman. If that woman came back, who would be able to withstand it? And if he did not choose either side, how would he face the sixth dimension in the future? Therefore, there was only one choice, and that was to choose Yi Xian. As the Tendo said, if they chose Yi Xian, the sixth dimension would not dare to target them. Wu Zongxing suddenly asked, Are the plain-dressed lady and Yi Xian really from the 9 dimensions? After a moment of silence, Wu Jing said softly, Perhaps. Because Yi Xian's life, just like what the Tendo said, it's really like cheating. And that woman in the plain dress, that strength, it doesn't seem to belong to the human world. Wu Zongxing raised his head and looked at the starry sky. His eyes were filled with a trace of confusion. The 9 dimensions. Don't say, I really want to go and have a look. Wu Jing suddenly said, Gather everyone. After that he turned and left. After the Tendo left the upper realm, she did not return to the 5th dimension. Instead, she slowly came to the 6th dimension's cosmic barrier. The Tendo looked at the cosmic barrier and said with a smile, This concerns the life and death of the 6th dimension. Do you want to hear it? At this time, a shadow suddenly appeared on the cosmic barrier. The 6th dimension Tendo. The 5th dimension Tendo said with a smile, This is the first time we meet, right? The 6th dimension Tendo nodded. Yes. The 5th dimension Tendo smiled. My name is Mu Nianyan. And you? The 6th dimension Tendo pondered for a moment and said, I don't have a name. The 5th dimension Tendo blinked. Why don't you call yourself Mu Manxiang? The 6th dimension Tendo. Mu Nianyan giggled. I'm just joking. This time, I came to tell you that the spirit realm is attacking the 5th dimension. The 6th dimension Tendo looked at Mu Nianyan. That should be your business. Mu Nianyan shook her head. Their goal is Yi Xian. You know that little guy, right? The 6th dimension Tendo was silent. At this moment, she thought of the plain-dressed woman. That was her brother. Mu Nianyan looked at the 6th dimension Tendo. The spirit realm wants to rob his study room and kill him. What do you think? The 6th dimension Tendo shook her head. It has nothing to do with me. That is the spirit realm's business. Mu Nianyan suddenly said, Tell me, if he is killed by the spirit realm, what will happen? The 6th dimension Tendo looked at Mu Nianyan. She should go to the spirit realm for revenge. Mu Nianyan looked at the 6th dimension Tendo, smiling. What if she knows that you will not do anything? The sixth dimension Tendo hesitated, then said, "This matter has nothing to do with me." Moon Yin said again, "Do you think she is a reasonable person?" The sixth dimension Tendo was silent. "Reasonable? That woman is unreasonable." Moon Yin looked at the sixth dimension Tendo. "Let me tell you, if he dies in the hands of the spirit realm will be finished, and your sixth dimension will also be finished." The sixth dimension Tendo looked at Moon Yin. "This is unreasonable. If the spirit realm kills him, what does it have to do with us?" Moon Yin shrugged. "You can go reason with her when the time comes." Then she turned and left. At this time, the sixth dimension Tendo suddenly said, "Wait." Moon Yin looked at the sixth dimension Tendo. The sixth dimension Tendo was slightly angry. The spirit realm hit her brother. She should go to the spirit realm. She has no reason to come to me. Moon Yin spread her hands. When she was in the sixth dimension, the one who offended her was the Union Hall, but she heavily injured the sixth dimension's origin with one blow. The sixth dimension Tendo was silent. Moon Yin sighed. "You should understand, she is unreasonable. If one person hits her brother, she will destroy the entire universe. This is very unreasonable, but there is no other way. We cannot beat her, don't you think?" The sixth dimension Tendo looked at Moon Yin, her brow furrowing. "I really do not understand. Why would the spirit realm attack him? Don't they know that woman is very powerful?" Moon Yin blinked and then said, "They feel that they can beat the plain dress woman if they work together." "What?" The sixth dimension Tendo's eyes widened. They really think so?" Moon Yin nodded. The sixth dimension Tendo suddenly stomped her foot and said angrily, "So stupid. How can they beat that woman? That woman has already surpassed the self-release realm." As she said this, she looked at Moon Yin with slight disbelief. Did the people of spirit realm absorb so much death energy that their brains became abnormal? Moon Yin was slightly helpless. "They think so. I can't do anything about it." The sixth dimension Tendo hurriedly said, "You can persuade them." Moon Yin shook her head. "I can't." The sixth dimension Tendo was slightly puzzled. "Why?" Moon Yin sighed again. "Because they are looking for me everywhere, wanting to kill me. Right, the spirit of spirit realm has been swallowed by them." Hearing this, the sixth dimension Tendo frowned. "They would do such a stupid thing." Moon Yin nodded, slightly helpless. "They think they can fight against the plain-dressed woman if they work together." The sixth dimension Tendo was silent for a moment and said, "How about I take him to the sixth dimension?" Moon Yin shook her head. "He is not willing to go." The sixth dimension Tendo was slightly puzzled. "Why?" Moon Yin said seriously, "He is a person who values friendship and loyalty. He has many good friends down there. He is not willing to give them up." The sixth dimension Tendo hesitated and then said, "I cannot take his friends up. You know, there are spatial turbulence between the universe barriers. Normal people cannot stop it." Moon Yin nodded. "I know." The sixth dimension Tendo looked at Moon Yin. "Then what should we do? We can't let spirit realm kill him, right?" Moon Yin was silent, her brows tightly furrowed, thinking about something. The sixth dimension Tendo asked, "Do you have a way?" Moon Yin sighed. "I do have a way." The sixth dimension Tendo hurriedly asked, "What way?" Moon Yin looked at the sixth dimension Tendo. "The way is for you to send some people down to help fight." The sixth dimensional wielder of the will blinked. "Should I send someone down?" Moon Yin nodded. "Yes." The sixth dimension Tendo shook his head. "No, with this universe barrier they cannot go down." Moon Yin said, "If we work together, we can let some people pass through this universe barrier." The sixth dimension Tendo was slightly hesitant. Moon Yin smiled. "You know, he is still weak now. He can't beat so many people from spirit realm. If you don't help him, he is dead for sure." The sixth dimension Tendo glanced at the universe barrier behind him, and then said, "You know, although this barrier separates the people below from the top, it is also protecting the people below. If we work together to open it." Moon Yin smiled. "It is only a temporary opening. Send some people down, of course, some with brains. What do you think?" The sixth dimension Tendo thought for a moment and nodded. "Okay." Who do you think should come down? Moon Yinyan said. Let's send the Union Hall. The sixth dimension Tendo frowned slightly. Is it appropriate? They were attacked by that plain-dressed woman. Moon Yinyan smiled. It is appropriate. Because they respect that plain-dressed woman. They do not dare to act recklessly after coming down. Moon Yinyan thought for a moment, and then nodded. How about this? I will send a half-step self-release realm expert, and 10 origin returning realm, and breaking realm experts down. A total of 11 people. Moon Yinyan was silent. The sixth dimension Tendo hurriedly said. We have more experts, but not all of them listen to me. I am very good friends with the Union Hall's One Hall Master. I have confidence that she will help. Also, only with her people going down, I will be more at ease. Otherwise, if other half-step self-release realm experts go down, I am afraid they will harm your universe. Moon Yinyan looked at the sixth dimension Tendo and smiled. Okay, definitely possible. The sixth dimension Tendo nodded slightly. Then wait for a moment, I will go call people. After saying that, she disappeared. At this time, a voice resounded from the side of the sixth dimension Tendo. With your strength, you could have forcefully broken the universe barrier and captured her. As long as you devour her, your strength will become even stronger. Moon Yinyan smiled slightly. Kind and honest people should not be bullied. She is very kind, so I will not bully her. After saying that, she slowly closed her eyes and smiled lightly. What is the point of bullying kind and honest people? If I, Moon Yinyan, want to bully, I will bully evil people. Chapter 1177. The sixth dimension Tendo did not know that if she had any evil thoughts towards the fifth dimension, she would have been dead. In the fifth dimension, with the arrival of the spirit realm's army, the entire fifth dimension became anxious. But soon, the spirit realm announced that they were only here for Yi Xian. Not only that, the people of the fifth dimension could also join the spirit realm Saint Church and convert. This conversion was compulsory. Wherever the experts of the spirit realm passed, anyone who did not convert would be killed. After converting, they had to believe in the Saint Church leader Baitsong and pray for the Baitsong Saint Church for 6 hours every day. Although many fifth dimension experts were disgusted by the spirit realm's coercion, no one dared to resist. This was because the spirit realm's strength could crush the fifth dimension. No one went to join Yi Xian because in their opinion, Yi Xian's side had no chance of winning. The spirit realm did not directly attack the void dimension. Instead, they slowly advanced because the Saint Church wanted to recruit people. In less than 2 days, the number of disciples of the Saint Church increased by several million. Moreover, the number was increasing every day. In the starry sky, Guanxing closed his eyes and placed his hands behind his back. The starry sky around him surged. At this time, Baitsong and immemorial Yuan appeared beside Guanxing. Baitsong's face was full of smiles. In this period of time, his Saint Church had gained the most, because his Saint Church now had several million more disciples. At this time, Guanxing suddenly said, "If you were Yi Xian, what would you do?" Immemorial Yuan looked towards the void dimension. He will not surrender because he knows that we want his life. Therefore, he will resist with everything he has. Baitsong nodded. Although we have the strength to crush him, we cannot be careless. It is better to be safe than sorry. Guanxing smiled. I am more concerned about the Tendo. She should already know of our arrival, but she has not made any moves. This is not normal. Tendo. Baitsong and immemorial Yuan's expressions changed slightly. If they could devour this kind of heaven and earth spirit, it would be very beneficial for them. Immemorial Yuan suddenly said, Brother Guanxing, do you want to deal with the Tendo first? Guanxing shook his head. He's hidden himself. I can't find him. As he spoke, he paused for a moment before continuing. You too do not underestimate this heaven's way. This person cannot be compared to the spirit of the spirit realm. Her strength should be extraordinary, otherwise, she would not have been able to escape my search. Primeval Yuan nodded. Not only him, that Yi Xian can't be underestimated as well. We have to make preparations to deal with everything. Guanxing nodded. Yi Xian isn't simple either. In short, we can't be careless. Also, if we make a move, we have to use our full strength. We mustn't give them any chance. As he spoke, he looked at Baitsong. Brother Baitsong, we can postpone the recruitment of believers. Baitsong said. To the void dimension? Guanxing nodded slightly. After we get rid of Yi Xian, everyone in this world will become your brother Baitsong's believers. Baitsong smiled faintly. It is my duty to save all living beings. Guanxing laughed. Let's go. Let's see if this Yi Xian will give us any surprises. As he spoke, he disappeared on the spot. Soon the experts of Spirit Realm sped up and headed for the void dimension. At the Wu clan, Yi Xian stood outside a grave. Inside the grave were Enlancio and the others. Although Yi Ling and the others hadn't broken through yet, there were already powerful auras coming from the grave. Clearly, someone was about to come out. At this moment, senior sister Lu appeared. Beside Yi Xian. They're here. They're here. Yi Xian smiled slightly. Let's go. As he spoke, he turned and left. 2 hours later, the army of Spirit Realm appeared at the entrance of the void dimension. Yi Xian appeared with the experts of Sword Sect. Seeing Yi Xian, Guanxing smiled and said, The book in your hand, are you going to give it to us yourself? Or do you want me to come and take it? Yi Xian smiled and said, Come and take it yourself. Guanxing nodded slightly. All right. As he spoke, he was about to act. At this time, a woman suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. The person who came was Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao looked at Guanxing. Your opponent is me. Guanxing looked at Xiao Dao and said with a smile, Eldest miss of a demon Dao family, are you really going to interfere in the matter between us and Yi Xian? Xiao Dao said calmly, Can't I? Guanxing smiled and said, You brought about your own destruction. You can't blame anyone else. As he spoke, he looked at Primeval Yuan beside him. Primeval Yuan took a step forward, and the entire galaxy trembled. Seeing this scene, the expressions of Amu and the others became extremely grave. Primeval Yuan smiled and said, Where is my opponent? At this time, a powerful aura suddenly came from Yi Xian's body. The next moment, a shadow floated out of his body. The 9th floor. The one who came out of the 9th floor was not his real body, but a shadow. Primeval Yuan frowned slightly when he saw the 9th floor. Who the hell are you? The 9th floor exploded with rage. I'm your father. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward. Primeval Yuan smashed his fist forward. Bang! The space in the surroundings cracked apart in the face of this punch. However, the 9th floor punched out as well. Compared to Primeval Yuan, his punch seemed to be very calm. But when his punch collided with Primeval Yuan's fist, Primeval Yuan was instantly pushed over 1 kilometer back. However, the 9th floor had returned to his original position. Guanxing's brows knit together slightly when he witnessed this scene. The 9th floor's strength had slightly exceeded his expectations. Yi Xian was quite surprised as well. He's really good at fighting. Primeval Yuan gazed at the 9th floor and laughed coldly. You have some ability. The 9th floor waved his hand. Don't put on an act in front of me. I was once a great figure as well. And I refuse to submit to anyone besides that woman in a plain dress. Yi Xian suddenly asked, Where's the green-clothed man? The 9th floor gazed at Yi Xian and spoke furiously. Shut the fuck up. You bastard. Yi Xian was speechless. The 9th floor gazed at Primeval Yuan. Come. Let's have a good fight. Let's go somewhere else. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished into the horizon. Primeval Yuan laughed coldly. And then he vanished as well. It didn't take long for the sounds of their battle to resound from afar. Baitsong, who stood by Guanxing's side, walked out from below. He gazed at Yi Xian and grinned. Yi Xian, do you know that countless people behind you are going to die because of your resistance? How can you be so selfish? Yi Xian smiled. What? You want me to surrender? Baitsong spoke seriously. If you die, then the old man guarantees that the people behind you won't have to die. They'll convert to my hallowed halls and become believers of my hallowed halls. The old man will help them cleanse the sins of their sins. Yi Xian blinked and said, Really? Baitsong nodded. Of course. Yi Xian said seriously. Based on my years of experience, you are one of those hypocrites. You do bad things, But you still want to stand on the side of you do bad things, yet you still act like you're doing it for your own good. Baitsong shook his head as he spoke. I despise people like you the most. You want to be a whore, yet maintain your chastity. Baitsong gazed at Yi Xian with an expressionless face. How thick-headed. As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to attack. However, an invisible pressure suddenly appeared here. And then a middle-aged man appeared in front of Yi Xian. It was none other than Wu Jing. Guansheng frowned slightly when he saw Wu Jing. Wu Jing from the upper dimension. Wu Jing smiled and said, Yes. Guansheng gazed at Wu Jing and said, I knew that there might be some changes in the situation, but I never imagined that the upper dimension would actually stand on their side. I really don't understand. Hall Master Wu, can you tell me what blinded your mind and made you actually make such a stupid decision? Everyone here was quite surprised, and even Yi Xian himself was quite surprised, because he hadn't expected that Wu Jing from the upper dimension would actually lend him a hand. Weren't these fellows on the spirit territory side? Wu Jing smiled. There's no need to talk so much. Just fight. Guansheng shook his head and sighed. Since it's like that, then I'll annihilate your upper dimension as well. As soon as he finished speaking, Baitsong vanished on the spot. Wu Jing suddenly vanished on the spot. Bang! A world-shaking explosion suddenly resounded, and then a powerful aura surged towards the surroundings, causing countless experts in the surroundings to retreat. Crack! The space in the surroundings gradually started to crack inch by inch. Yi Xian's brows knit together slightly when he witnessed this scene. He opened his palm and swiped it lightly, and it didn't take long for the space around him to be repaired by his spatial Dao laws. Meanwhile, Guansheng suddenly waved his right hand, and then the space around him and behind him was instantly repaired. Meanwhile, Wu Jing and Baitsong stopped moving at the same time. Baitsong gazed at Wu Jing. Interesting. Wu Jing smiled. This place is too small, and it isn't suitable for us to fight to our heart's content. Shall we go somewhere else and fight to our heart's content? Baitsong nodded. That's exactly what I wanted. As soon as he finished speaking, both of them vanished at the same time. Guansheng gazed at Yi Xian and said, Is there anyone else? Yi Xian shook his head. No. Guansheng grinned. But I have others. As he spoke, he gazed at Xiao Dao. Miss Xiao Dao, you can stop me, but you can't stop the people behind me, right? Xiao Dao's face was emotionless. You talk a lot of nonsense. Guansheng roared with laughter, and then he waved his right hand. The people behind him were about to attack. But right at this moment, over a dozen formidable auras suddenly descended from the sky. In the next moment, a middle-aged man appeared in front of Yi Xian, and there were 10 more people behind the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was actually at the half-step self-release realm. Moreover, all the people behind him were peak returnance realm experts. Everyone here was stunned when they witnessed this scene. The middle-aged man turned around to gaze at Yi Xian, and then he grinned. I'm Li Chunfeng from the Martial Hall of the 6th Dimension. I've specially come to assist young Master Yi on the orders of Hall Master 1. The 6th Dimension. Yi Xian was stunned. Why has the 6th Dimension come down to help? Everyone here was slightly stunned as well, especially Xiao Dao. She hadn't expected that the 6th Dimension would come down to help at all. Guansheng stared fixedly at Li Chunfeng. What's wrong with the 6th Dimension? Li Chunfeng turned around to gaze at Guansheng and spoke indifferently. Young Master Yi, you actually dared to make a move? Has the spirit realm gone too far? Young Master Yi. Everyone in the surroundings was speechless. Chapter 1178. Young Master Yi. Yi Xian had a slightly strange expression on his face. There's something off about the 6th dimension. Amu and the others had extremely strange expressions on their faces as well. Today was truly too strange. First the ascendant dimension had come to help, and now the 6th dimension. This wasn't normal. Guansheng's expression was extremely unsightly. He knew that the situation might change, but he hadn't expected that both the ascendant dimension and the 6th dimension would come to help Yi Xian. Guansheng stared fixedly at Li Chunfeng. Why? Everyone looked at Li Chunfeng as well. They were curious about why the sixth dimension would come to help. Li Chenfeng spoke indifferently. Why ask so many questions? Doesn't your spirit realm want to fight? We'll fight with you. Guansheng laughed fiercely. Since all of you want to die, then I'll fulfill your wish. As soon as he finished speaking, a black-robed old man suddenly appeared behind him, and then he vanished. Meanwhile, Li Chenfeng suddenly smashed his fist forward. Bang! In an instant, the space in an area of over 100 kilometers collapsed. Li Chenfeng retreated by over 1 kilometer. However, the black-robed old man didn't take even half a step back. Yi Xian frowned at the sight of this. Another half-step self-release realm expert has arrived. Li Chenfeng glanced at the black-robed old man, and then he vanished. Meanwhile, the space in front of him suddenly exploded apart, and then the black-robed old man smashed his right fist forward. It was just a simple punch, but the space in front of him instantly became illusory. Soundlessly, Li Chenfeng retreated thousands of meters. The black-robed old man had his right hand behind his back, as he took a step forward and grabbed at Yi Xian. Yi Xian's face was expressionless, but the blood within him had started to stir. He knew that he could only fight such an expert by activating his bloodline. Right at the moment when he was about to activate his bloodline, Li Chenfeng appeared in front of him again. A trace of ferocity flashed through his eyes, as he suddenly pressed his palms together and pushed them forward. Hiss! Wherever his hand landed, the space instantly cracked open, and a powerful force swept out like a flood. Boom! The black-clothed old man was forcefully stopped by this force. Meanwhile, the black-clothed old man suddenly turned illusory, and Li Chenfeng vanished along with him. Rumble! Along with a world-shaking explosion, the space here was obliterated inch by inch. At this moment, Guansheng suddenly looked at Yi Xian and sneered. Do you have anyone else? If you don't, I have more. As soon as he finished speaking, an old man holding a bamboo cane suddenly appeared behind him. Half-step self-release realm powerhouse. The expressions of Xiao Dao and the others in the distance instantly darkened when they saw this scene. This spirit realm was much stronger than they had imagined. Guansheng gazed at Yi Xian and said with a smile, I've always heard that you have many backers behind you. For example, that woman in a plain dress, or that man in a green robe, who once heavily injured my spirit of 9 Call them out. Li Chenfeng's expression instantly changed drastically, and he gazed at Guansheng and said furiously, Are you a fucking retard? A woman in a plain dress? Li Chenfeng was terrified of that woman. After all, the guardians of the United Hall were much stronger than him. But what had happened in the end? He'd been instantly annihilated by a single swing of the sword. He hadn't even had the chance to fight back. Call the woman out. Damn it. That woman had almost destroyed the sixth dimension with a single swing of the sword. Call her out to destroy the world? What sort of gods are there in spirit realm? Guansheng gazed at Li Chenfeng and frowned. Is there something wrong with you? Li Chenfeng stared fixedly at Guansheng. Do you know the woman in a plain dress? Guansheng spoke indifferently. What? Is your sixth dimension very afraid of her? Li Chenfeng frowned slightly and was slightly puzzled. Could it be that your spirit realm isn't afraid of her? Guansheng laughed coldly. How laughable. Why would my spirit realm be afraid of her? Li Chenfeng suddenly turned around to look at Yi Xian and the others. Does the woman in a plain dress keep a very low profile in the lower dimensions? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, She practically doesn't fight. Li Chenfeng was speechless. At this moment, he finally understood why Spirit Realm wasn't afraid of the woman in a plain dress. Because they were ignorant, they were fearless. Li Chenfeng looked at Yi Xian and couldn't help but ask, Why is she so low-key? Yi Xian spread his hands. I don't know either. Li Chenfeng. At this time, Guansheng suddenly said, Is your sixth dimension very afraid of her? Li Chenfeng looked at Guansheng. No, we're not afraid of her at all. She's very weak. Just King, do your best. With that, he charged directly at the black-robed old man. At this moment he didn't want to say anything more, because he knew that Guansheng wouldn't believe him no matter what he said. Everyone. Guansheng looked coldly at Li Chenfeng and then at Yi Xian. Kill. As his voice fell, The old man with a bamboo cane behind him suddenly walked toward Yi Xian, the space around him trembling violently with every step. At the same time, a powerful presence directly enveloped Yi Xian. Xiao Dao frowned slightly and was about to make a move, but a powerful aura instantly locked onto her. Guansheng. Guansheng looked at Xiao Dao and smiled. Miss Xiao Dao, it's best if you don't make a move. Xiao Dao fell silent. She knew that if she made a move, Guansheng would definitely make a move. At this time, the old man with a bamboo cane had already walked 100 zhang in front of Yi Xian. He looked at Yi Xian, and an invisible pressure swept out. In the distance, Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes, and the blood in his body, that had originally calmed down, began to stir restlessly again. But at this time, a sword cry suddenly came from the horizon, and the next moment, a sword light slashed directly in front of Yi Xian. Boom! The old man's aura was directly shattered, and then a sword light fell in front of Yi Xian. The person who had come was Arrow. Arrow had already broken through his realm and Sword Dao. Seeing Arrow, Yi Xian was very happy, but he was also a little speechless. In fact, he also wanted to make a move. He also wanted to have a good battle with this kind of legendary elite, who was half a step into the self-release tier. Because after devouring the death chi in the nether spirit world, he didn't know what his current battle prowess was. Seeing Arrow, the distant Guansheng frowned slightly. Shattering void tier? Arrow looked at Guansheng. Shattering void tier. Guansheng looked at the old man with a bamboo cane, and the latter said softly, "Not simple." Arrow looked at the old man with a bamboo cane, and in the next moment, she directly turned into a sword light and disappeared on the spot. Chi. The space in front of Arrow directly split open, and the powerful sword chi caused everyone present to be moved. Even Yi Xian was extremely shocked. The aura of Aluo's swordsmanship was so strong. She had made another breakthrough in her swordsmanship. In the distance, the elites of the sword sect were also looking at Arrow, and they were extremely shocked by Arrow's attainments in the sword Dao. In the distance, the old man with a bamboo cane frowned slightly. He didn't dare to be careless, and he lightly twirled his right hand. In an instant, the space around him directly transformed into a vortex, and the sword light directly distorted when it arrived in front of him. However, Arrow didn't retreat, and instead directly stabbed her sword into the vortex. Boom! A wave of sword light erupted, and Arrow instantly returned to her original position. Although the old man with the bamboo cane didn't retreat, there was a trace of seriousness in his eyes. The old man was just about to attack when Guanyin suddenly said, "I'll do it." Everyone looked at Guanyin, and then Guanyin walked towards Arrow. "I'll fight her." Arrow looked at Guanyin, and then didn't waste any words. She directly transformed into a ray of sword light that shot forward. Guanyin lightly stomped her right foot, and a ray of sword light slashed out from beneath her feet. The two rays of sword light collided. Boom! The sword light shattered. It was at this moment that Guanyin suddenly vanished from where she stood. In the blink of an eye, several sword lights tore through the space in front of her. In the distance, Aluo slowly closed her eyes, and in the next moment, she stabbed out with her sword. Hiss! The three rays of sword light in front of her were instantly transformed into nothingness. After that, she took a step forward and stabbed her sword again. A single strike to pierce through the void. Space instantly became illusory in the wake of this attack. It was like an illusory realm. Guansheng's expression changed when he witnessed this scene, and he was just about to attack when Xiao Dao appeared in front of him. Xiao Dao gazed at Guansheng. "It's better for you to stand." Guansheng was just about to attack when the howl of a sword resounded from afar. He hurriedly looked over, and he saw Guanyin attacking as well. Guanyin's sword was similar to Aluo's, and it seemed both real and illusory. It was like a mirror image, and it gave off an ethereal feeling. Everyone watched as the two rays of sword light collided. Boom! An expanse of sword light suddenly erupted. In an instant, the two women retreated madly. However, right at this moment, Aluo suddenly stabbed his sword towards his own throat. In the distance, Guanyin's expression changed drastically, and she raised her sword to block. Boom! In an instant, The sword in her hand exploded. She reacted quickly and pointed her finger forward like a sword. Hiss! Her finger broke as soon as she pointed, and she hurriedly raised her left hand to block. Hiss! Her left hand split into two without any warning, but she had already retreated hundreds of meters away. When she stopped, a ray of sword light suddenly slashed at her. Guan Yin's pupils constricted and she roared, "Heart sword!" As soon as she finished speaking, a ray of sword light suddenly slashed out from her body. Boom! As soon as the ray of sword light slashed out, she was sent flying. In the distance, Arrow slashed his sword at his throat again. Seeing this scene, Guan Yin's pupils constricted to the size of needles. At this moment, the old man with the bamboo cane suddenly appeared in front of her, and he lightly tapped his bamboo cane forward. Boom! A wave of sword light exploded. The bamboo cane in the old man's hand instantly cracked. Arrow looked at the old man, and the old man said softly, "Let the old man have a taste of your sword." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot. In the distance, Arrow held the immortal sword between her eyebrows, and in the next moment, she slashed with it. Open! As the sword slashed out, the space in front of her split apart. At this moment, a shadow flashed by, and the shadow collided with Arrow's sword. Boom! The space where Arrow stood was instantly reduced to nothingness, and the space was forcefully erased. Following that, sounds of fighting could be heard coming from the void. At this moment, Guanxing turned to look at Yi Xian. "Do you have anyone else?" Yi Xian thought about it, and then he said seriously, "I don't know." The crowd was speechless. Guanxing stared at Yi Xian. "To be honest, I really want to see the person behind you, because I heard that the person behind you is very powerful. Don't worry, the spirit realm has a trump card, and we are prepared to face anything, even if the plain-dressed woman behind you appears." Yi Xian looked at Guanxing. "You want to see the plain-dressed woman?" Guanxing smiled. "Yes. I heard that she reached the legendary self-release realm, and I want to see a self-release realm expert." Chapter 1179. Experience. Guanxing said it very calmly, as if he was talking about a very simple matter. Arrogance. No, he was confident. Half-step self-release realm. For people like them, half-step self-release realm was already the limit. Self-release realm? He knew how difficult it was. In other words, it was simply impossible. Everything in the world was in the Tao. Who could surpass the great Tao? In his view, to surpass everything surpass the great Tao, that was impossible. Due to this, he did not believe that the plainly dressed woman was a self-release realm expert. Of course, even if she was, it did not matter. He could see the power of a self-release realm expert. At this time, Guanxing looked up at the stars. In this moment he saw a person. Tendo. In the stars, the Tendo looked down at Guanxing and smiled slightly. Guanxing smiled lightly and said, "If she does not appear, I will be very disappointed." The Tendo smiled and said, "Ignorance makes one fearless." Guanxing laughed. "Ignorance? Tendo, you fear the plainly dressed woman, because you have never seen true power. Because you are weak, you fear." In the stars, the Tendo looked at Guanxing and said with a smile, "Well said, very well said. Listening to a wise man is better than studying for 10 years. I have learned." Finishing, she turned and left. When Guanxing looked away, the Tendo giggled. A voice suddenly sounded next to the Tendo. "Why not wake him up?" Tiandao grinned and said, "If a mischievous brat provokes you for no reason, don't go and enlighten him. It's because it's useless most of the time. Not only is it useless, you might even get into trouble. It's because outsiders might say that an adult like you is actually being calculative with a child. The correct thing to do is to give him a candied ha and tell him that you did a good job." The voice. The Tendo walked into the distance. "Those who make mistakes should be punished." The voice said, "If you prove to spirit realm that the plainly dressed woman is strong, they will stop." The Tendo blinked. "Why should I prove to them?" The voice said softly, "Many will die." The Tendo smiled and said, "Pity is fine. But pity also depends on the target. We should be merciful to the good, but we should be cruel to the evil. After a moment of silence, the voice said, "Is this why you didn't destroy the living beings in this universe?" Tendo smiled. Humans are wrong, but at the end of the day, it's not entirely their fault. They were born in this universe, and were born under the rules of the strong. If they didn't cultivate, they wouldn't be able to change their fate. The weak did not even have the right to live. Therefore, I can understand why they want to cultivate. If it's wrong, it's the laws of this world that are wrong. The voice said, "You want to change the rules?" Tendo blinked. "Isn't it obvious?" The voice asked again, "Is he the person you chose?" The Tendo smiled. "What do you think?" The voice said, "Not good, his murderousness is too strong." Tendo rolled his eyes to the right. "Please, I didn't ask him to be a good person. Changing the rules will result in bloodshed. How can a good person deal with so many villains?" The voice said, "What do you see in him?" The Tendo smiled. "He has the ruler of good and evil in his heart. He can distinguish between good and evil. In reality, this guy has many fatal flaws. Most of the time, he is flexible, but most of the time, he is very stubborn. Like this time I told him to leave, but he didn't. Why didn't he leave? Because he is the kind of person who won't betray others if they don't betray him. If this guy encountered a scheming person, he would be tricked to death. For example, if I asked him to help me now, even if I had to ask him to risk his life, he would do it because I helped him before. Is not vicious enough. Of course, he cannot be too vicious. He has no principles at all. He is ambitious, he is a hypocrite." The voice said in a deep voice, "It's very complicated." The Tendo smiled. She glanced at the starry sky around her and said softly, "In the past, I wanted to be simple. I wanted to directly destroy all the living beings in this universe. In less than 10,000 years, this universe will recover on its own." The voice said, "Then why did you change your mind?" The Tendo smiled. "Later on, I discovered that the reason why this universe is beautiful is because there is life. Think about it. If there is no life in this universe, how lonely it would be." The voice was silent. The Tendo suddenly looked up at the depths of the starry sky and said softly, "Unfortunately, there is no perfect thing in this world." The voice said in a deep voice, "I feel that you are very lonely." The Tendo blinked and said with a smile, "Nonsense, haha." The voice was about to speak when the Tendo suddenly said, "There is an outsider." The voice said, "Who?" The Tendo smiled. "A problem, I have to block for him." She had just finished speaking when the space in front of her was suddenly forcefully torn apart. Immediately after, a middle-aged man walked out. The middle-aged man was tall and held a flaming sword in his hand. His body emitted a formless pressure. This pressure caused the surrounding starry sky to surge violently like boiling water. It was extremely shocking. The middle-aged man looked at the Tendo with cold eyes, as if he was looking at an ant. "You are the Tendo here." The Tendo smiled. "Yes, I presume that your excellency is from that legendary Demon Dao family, right?" The person was stunned and said, "You know of my Demon Dao family?" The Tendo said seriously, "The Demon Dao family controls thousands of worlds. Who doesn't know of it in this universe? Who doesn't know?" The person sized up the Tendo. "Find me a person." The Tendo blinked. "Is it Demon Xiao Dao, your family's young miss?" The person looked at the Tendo and frowned. "You know this too?" The Tendo smiled. "I guessed it." The person was expressionless. "Bring her to see me." The Tendo giggled. "May I ask why you're bringing her back?" The person's eyes narrowed. "This isn't something that a tiny Tendo like you should care about. If you don't want your soul to be destroyed, then bring her to see me immediately." The Tendo thought for a moment and said, "Let's talk in a different way." After she finished speaking, she tapped the person lightly. "Freeze." In an instant, a mysterious force locked the person down. At this moment, the person was horrified, because he discovered that he was actually unable to move. The person looked at the Tendo with extreme shock. You actually, this is absolutely impossible. You." The Tendo clapped her hands and smiled. "Why have you come looking for Xiao Dao?" The person hesitated for a moment and said, "Take her back to get married." "Get married?" The Tendo blinked, and then she waved her hand. You're too late. The person frowned. Your Excellency, what do you mean? The Tendo said seriously. Miss Xiao Dao has already gotten married to my brother, Yi Xian. They have even entered the bridal chamber. Hearing this, the person flew into a rage. How can eldest miss marry a lowly bloodline? The Tendo looked at the person with a spurious smile. Watch what you say. The person's face twitched. He didn't dare to be stubborn in front of the Tendo. He hesitated for a moment and said, Marry your brother? May I ask what is your brother's cultivation level? The Tendo turned to look and said, He seems to have just reached the rebirth state not long ago. The person's face was filled with disbelief. Is he that weak? The Tendo giggled. Actually, his strength has little to do with his cultivation level. The person glanced at the Tendo with a face full of disbelief. I'll listen to your nonsense. The Tendo smiled. I won't kill you. Go back and tell your family head that Xiao Dao has already married my brother. After some time, my brother will bring her to visit your family head. The person was silent. The Tendo giggled. Do you think that my brother is not worthy of your eldest miss? The person was silent and didn't dare to speak. At this moment, he didn't dare to say anything harsh. Not to mention harsh words. He didn't even dare to say something inappropriate. His life was more important. As a person, he had to be a coward when necessary. The Tendo looked at the person and said seriously, Let me tell you, whether you admit it or not, your eldest miss is already my brother's woman. If you don't admit this marriage, or want to take revenge on my brother, us 4 sisters will not agree. The person looked at the Tendo. 4 sisters? The Tendo nodded. Yes, my brother has 4 sisters. As she spoke, she waved her right hand and 3 portraits suddenly appeared in front of the person. These 4 portraits were of a woman in a plain dress, a woman in a white robe, and Yi Ling who was holding a strange thorn. The Tendo pointed at the portrait of the woman in a plain dress. This is my big sister. Yes, she isn't here right now, but I believe that with your strength, you should be able to find her. If your Demon Dao clans are dissatisfied with this marriage, then you can look for her. She will give you a very reasonable explanation. The person glanced at the portrait of the woman in a plain dress and said, Compared to you, who is stronger? He didn't know how strong the woman in a plain dress was, but he was able to sense how strong the Tendo before him was. Of course, it was only a rough sense. He still didn't know the true strength of the Tendo. The Tendo glanced at the portrait of the woman in a plain dress and said casually, I often spar with my big sister. Our chances are 50-50. 50-50. The person nodded slightly. I understand. The Tendo smiled. You can go back now. The person bowed slightly. Thank you. After saying that, he directly turned around and disappeared into the starry sky. After the person left, a voice suddenly resounded from the side of the Tendo. Aren't you drawing hatred to him? The Tendo said seriously. Is Xiao Dao a friend of him? The voice said, sort of. The Tendo said again. You see, Xiao Dao helped him so much. It isn't too much for him to help him, right? The voice hesitated for a moment and said, It isn't too much. The Tendo smiled. Then do you think I'm too much? The voice said, I. The Tendo said again. You see, I helped him beat that person back just now. If I didn't beat that person back, wouldn't his situation become even worse once that person went down? The voice fell silent. The Tendo continued. I helped him deal with a great enemy. Shouldn't he thank me? The voice said softly. But you also made a great enemy for him. The Tendo blinked and then said, Let's change the topic. The night sky tonight is not bad. The voice. P.S. Recently, there have been some scammers in the book review section, saying that the book is already finished, and you can buy the rest for a few dozen yuan. Some readers have been fooled. Then he chased after me and scolded me for at least half a month. Oh my God, I'm so aggrieved. Brothers, you have to be more careful. You've been reading my book for so long. Don't you know that I'm a person who treats money like dirt? Why would I do such a scam? At most, I'll scam some monthly votes from time to time. Really? That reader chased me and scolded me for half a month. Of course, it's not the reader's fault, it's the scammer's fault. Damn, I don't know why, but the book review section has been full of scammers and liars. Chapter 1180. Down below, Guansheng looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, "Looks like the woman in the plain dress behind you is not coming out." Yi Xian smiled. "Let's fight one-on-one?" Guansheng sized up Yi Xian. "Are you joking with me? You're only in the rebirth realm." Yi Xian smiled. "Can one's realm represent everything?" Guansheng looked at Yi Xian. "Are you trying to say that you're in the boundless realm?" Yi Xian said seriously, "Can't I?" Guansheng shook his head. "You're too good at bullshitting." Then, he looked at Xiao Dao. "He wants to fight me one-on-one. What do you think?" Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian. "Are you serious?" Yi Xian nodded. Xiao Dao pondered for a moment then nodded. "If you die, I'll do my best to keep your corpse intact." "If you die, I'll do my best to keep your corpse intact." Yi Xian's face darkened. "What the F***ck? Do you know how to talk?" Xiao Dao ignored Yi Xian and retreated to the side. Yi Xian looked at Guansheng, and Guansheng smiled. "You make the first move." Yi Xian nodded and disappeared on the spot. In the distance, Guansheng pressed his right hand lock. In an instant, the space around Yi Xian shrank and stacked. But at this moment, the space Dao Law appeared between Yi Xian's brows, and the space around him instantly returned to normal. At this moment, a sword appeared in front of Guansheng. Guansheng put his hands together and pinched Yi Xian's sword. Very accurately, he pinched Yi Xian's sword and gave it a light squeeze. Boom! The sword shook violently, and Yi Xian retreated a few hundred feet. Guansheng looked at Yi Xian and smiled. "No." Yi Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, "Again." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly appeared in front of Guansheng once more. And then he slashed his sword down towards Guansheng. Guansheng pressed his palms together once more. However, right at this moment, the sword in Yi Xian's hand had suddenly transformed into a blood-red sword. Suddenly changing swords, Guansheng's expression changed, but it was too late to stop. He could only use his palm to block Yi Xian's sword. Boom! Blood exploded as Guansheng retreated dozens of meters. When he came to a stop, his palm had been split open all the way up to his arm. Seeing this scene, Guanyin's face instantly turned gloomy. He raised his head to look at Yi Xian in the distance. Just as he was about to speak, Yi Xian suddenly disappeared on the spot. Chi! A strand of blood-red light flashed through the battlefield. Guansheng pointed his finger, and a ray of black light swept out. Within the black light, a ferocious face suddenly appeared. Boom! In an instant, Yi Xian's blood-red ray of light shattered into pieces. Meanwhile, a voice suddenly resounded in Guansheng's mind. "Don't waste time with him, or something unexpected might happen." It was Primeval Yuan's voice. Guansheng pondered deeply for a moment when he heard Primeval Yuan. And then he gazed at Yi Xian. In the next moment, he suddenly transformed into a ray of black light that vanished on the spot. And then a powerful aura swept through the surroundings. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. He knew that Guansheng didn't want to waste any more time. Yi Xian took a step forward, and then the sword domain suddenly appeared. However, his countenance instantly turned pale at this moment, because that force was truly too strong. As soon as the sword domain appeared, that powerful aura was suppressed. But in the next moment, that powerful aura seemed like a collapsing mountain, and it smashed down towards Yi Xian with unstoppable might. Yi Xian opened his palm, and then countless strands of death energy instantly swept out from within him. The death domain! At the instant that the death domain appeared, that powerful aura was instantly suppressed by the two domains. Yi Xian suddenly attacked with his sword. Hiss! A ray of blood-red light slashed through the two domains. At this moment, Guansheng's expression changed. Two domains! He'd truly never imagined that Yi Xian actually possessed two domains. Guansheng didn't dare underestimate Yi Xian at all while being suppressed by these two domains. He took a step back and smashed his fist forward. A wisp of blood instantly seeped out from the corner of Yi Xian's mouth. Meanwhile, the sword arrived before him. Bang! As soon as the sword and fist collided, a powerful force suddenly erupted from within Yi Xian's domain. and then Yi Xian's attack was instantly stopped. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly pressed the fingers of his left hand together and pointed forward. Slash! As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of black light suddenly flew out from within him and slashed at Guansheng. The soul-suppressing sword. Guansheng's eyes narrowed slightly when the soul-suppressing sword appeared, and then he suddenly pressed his left palm forward. A strand of formidable physical strength swept out like an erupting volcano from within his palm. Rumble! The space they resided in was instantly transformed into nothingness, while Yi Xian retreated explosively. He'd just stopped moving when Guansheng suddenly clenched his right hand towards him from afar. Shatter. Crack. A strand of formidable energy suddenly condensed around Yi Xian, and then Yi Xian's expression changed drastically, because he noticed that his body was cracking apart layer by layer. Yi Xian suddenly stomped his right foot on the ground. Converge. As soon as he spoke, the sword domain and death domain appeared once more, and the mysterious energy within him was instantly suppressed. At the same time, the heart of vitality and the death energy within his body started to repair his body at a maddening rate, and it wasn't long before all his injuries were completely healed. Guansheng's brows instantly knit together when he witnessed this scene. His recovery speed is actually so swift. This isn't normal at all. Guansheng gazed at Yi Xian as he opened his palm, and then a black vortex suddenly appeared at the center of his palm. At the instant that the black vortex appeared, the space in the surroundings suddenly dimmed down. Death energy. Right at this moment, Guanyin hurriedly said, "Don't use the death energy." Guansheng's brows knit together slightly as he gazed at Yi Xian. He noticed that Yi Xian had started to madly devour the death energy in the surroundings. Guansheng's face fell when he witnessed this scene. "You're poisonous." As he spoke, he slowly clenched his right fist, and the death energy in the surroundings vanished. He noticed that he could only utilize his normal strength to deal with Yi Xian, and some of his trump cards couldn't be utilized at all. In the distance, Yi Xian closed his eyes slowly. He noticed that while his cultivation couldn't compare to Guansheng, he could utilize his two domains and his own body to make up for the gap in their cultivations. However, he couldn't do anything to Guansheng. It was extremely difficult for him to kill an expert at Guansheng's level right now. Of course, it wasn't that easy for Guansheng to kill him as well. His combat strength wasn't sufficient. The gap in cultivation level. Yi Xian looked at Guansheng in the distance. If he reached the shattering void tier, he was confident that he could kill Guansheng. In the distance, Guansheng had also thought of this. Right now Yi Xian was only in the rebirth tier. If Yi Xian was allowed to grow. At this thought, Guansheng's killing intent soared. He looked at Yi Xian and shouted, "Kill! Kill!" He no longer chose to fight one-on-one, and there was no need for him to do so. After all, the overall strength of their side was enough to crush Yi Xian's side. As soon as he finished speaking, countless elites of the spirit realm behind him charged towards Yi Xian's side. Seeing this, Xiao Dao's expression darkened. If they fought like this, Yi Xian's side definitely wouldn't be able to defeat them, because the overall strength gap between the two sides was too great. It could be said that they didn't even have the strength to fight. At this moment, over 100 swordsmen appeared behind Yi Xian. Seeing the charging elites of the spirit realm, the swordsmen didn't show the slightest bit of fear. In their eyes, there was only battle intent. Fight! Yi Xian turned around to look at the swordsman in front of him, and said with a smile, "Today let us fight to our heart's content." As soon as he finished speaking, the sword in his hand suddenly trembled violently. In the next moment his body gradually turned blood red. In the battlefield, countless swordsmen pointed their swords into the distance, and powerful auras of sword intent shook the sky. A great battle was about to begin. At this moment, the space above Yi Xian's head suddenly trembled violently. In the next moment, the space exploded and soon, 3 women appeared above Yi Xian. Among them, Yi Xian recognized 2 of them. They were Yin Jia and Lian Qian. Yi Xian was stunned when he saw the 2 women. These 2 fellows had returned. On the other hand, Guansheng's expression turned gloomy. Damn it! There's still someone else. There's still someone behind Yi Xian. Is there an end to this? Above Yi Xian, the woman who led the group looked at Yi Xian. In the next moment, she transformed into a ray of black light and entered the space between Yi Xian's brows. At the same time, Lian Qian and Yin Jia transformed into two rays of light and entered the space between Yi Xian's brows as well. Yi Xian's body trembled, and the bloodline energy that hadn't been fully activated was suppressed. After that, an illusory image of Xiao Ta appeared between his brows. At the same time, a voice resounded in his mind. Dao Law's return? Boom! The prison pagoda between his brows shook violently, and then a ray of golden light descended from the sky and entered Yi Xian's body. The golden light traversed the starry sky, and countless tiny golden characters flickered within it. In the starry sky, Tendo gazed at the golden light and chuckled. What a prophet! Under the 3 swords and 1 Dao, you are the first. Below, the experts of the spirit realm had already rushed in front of Yi Xian. At this moment, the golden light suddenly shook violently, and a mysterious power suddenly surged into Yi Xian's body. Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes. On his left and right, a tiny golden prisoner character appeared. On his right, there was a tiny Jin character. At this moment, Yi Xian was a stranger to everyone present. In the starry sky, Tendo looked at Yi Xian below, and the smile on his face gradually froze. In the 5th dimension, Yi Xian looked at the experts of the spirit realm charging towards him. His expression suddenly turned vicious, and he roared, Imprison! Boom! In an instant, a tiny imprisoned character appeared above the heads of the dozens of experts in front of him. The moment this character appeared, the dozens of experts of the spirit realm were unable to move. Seeing this, the experts of the spirit realm were shocked. What kind of mystique was this? At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly roared, Destroy! As his voice fell, the dozens of super experts of the spirit realm turned illusory, and then disappeared without a sound. At this moment, Yi Xian's face instantly became as pale as paper, and the vitality in his body rapidly disappeared. But fortunately, he had the heart of life to heal him. Otherwise, that instant just now would have been enough to take his life, because among the dozens of experts, there were more than 10 origin-breaking realm experts. After seeing Yi Xian instantly kill so many experts, the experts of the spirit realm immediately stopped. They looked at Yi Xian, as if they were looking at a monster. Guanxing stared at Yi Xian, and no one knew what he was thinking. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly looked up at Guanxing and the other experts of the spirit realm. Come over here. Everyone. Chapter 1181. The battlefield suddenly became silent, and the atmosphere was strange. What did Yi Xian do? He instantly killed more than 30 super experts. Among them, there were more than a dozen returning origin realm experts. And Yi Xian himself was only at the rebirth realm. What did this mean? The experts of spirit realm were dumbfounded. The people of sword sect behind Yi Xian were also dumbfounded. Did this young sect master take drugs? Why did he suddenly become so strong? Yi Xian clenched his fists, his expression twisted. Around him, a strange golden light was released. Within the golden light, there were countless small characters. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded in his head. Can you still hold on? That big sister's voice. Yi Xian took a deep breath. At this time, even if he couldn't hold on, he had to. At this time, Guanxing suddenly said, You are forcing yourself. Yi Xian looked at Guanxing. Guanxing glanced at the Xiao Ta between Yi Xian's brows and smiled. At the start, I was a little suspicious about the bookhouse, and Xiao Ta left behind by the prophet. But now I don't have any more doubts. Yi Xian smiled. Then come over. Guanxing sneered. Come over then. As he finished speaking, he charged at Yi Xian. He knew very well that if he didn't charge first, no one would. At this moment, he could not be suppressed by Yi Xian. Of course, the most important reason was because he was confident. He didn't think that Yi Xian could kill him with just Xiao Ta. Seeing Guanxing charge, Yi Xian took a deep breath. He slowly closed his eyes. After a moment of silence, he roared, Imprison! As he shouted, the world prism pagoda between his brows shook violently. In the next moment, a golden light fell from the sky and enveloped Guansheng. Boom! In an instant, Guansheng's presence and power were suppressed. But at this moment, Yi Xian spat out a mouthful of blood. Guansheng was shocked by the mysterious power. He clasped his hands together, and the space he was in began to tremble violently. A powerful force kept shaking the blood-red prisoner character above his head. Yi Xian frowned. At this moment, he felt a deep sense of helplessness. His intuition told him that the word prisoner could kill Guansheng, but his cultivation level was too low. As if he had thought of something, Yi Xian suddenly turned to look at senior sister Lu, and the others not far away. Don't look. Kill him. Hearing Yi Xian's words, senior apprentice sister Lu suddenly turned into a sword light and disappeared. Guanxing suddenly said, "Stop her." As his voice fell, the spirit realm experts behind him charged out. The experts of the sword sect were stopped. Guanxing looked at Yi Xian and sneered. "It seems that you still can't fully control this godly item." Although he couldn't escape for now, Yi Xian couldn't kill him either. However, he didn't panic at all because in this battle, the spirit realm had the absolute advantage. Right now he only needed to wait. At this time, Immemorial Yuan's voice sounded in Guansheng's mind again. Don't hold back. Kill Yi Xian directly to prevent any unforeseen events. Kill Yi Xian. Guansheng looked at Yi Xian, and after a moment of silence he said softly, "Do it." As soon as his voice fell, several eerie shadows suddenly appeared around Yi Xian. At this moment, 12 golden shadows suddenly appeared around Yi Xian. King Human Guards. The 12 of them firmly surrounded Yi Xian, and those strange afterimages were directly blocked by the 12 of them. Among the human king guards, Yi Xian glanced at his surroundings. Soon his expression sank. He realized that his side couldn't stop the spirit realm. If it wasn't for the sword sect's swordsmen, they would be slaughtered. But even with the sword sect's swordsmen, they couldn't stop the spirit realm. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the blood sword appeared in his hand. In the next moment, his body suddenly turned blood red. Boom! The moment the blood realm appeared, the expressions of all the experts from spirit realm changed drastically. At this time, Guanyin hurriedly said, "All experts below the sovereign realm retreat." Yi Xian's blood territory could only be resisted by experts at the sovereign realm and above. Anyone below the sovereign realm would be corroded by the killing intent the moment they entered Yi Xian's blood domain. The experts below the spirit realm's sovereign realm all retreated, not daring to enter Yi Xian's blood realm. At this time, the big sister appeared in front of Yi Xian. At this time, Yi Xian still had a trace of consciousness. He didn't dare to completely enter a berserk state, because if he did, he would even kill his own people. The big sister looked at Yi Xian, and she seemed to be hesitating. A moment later she turned around and looked. At this time, the spirit realm had completely suppressed the sword sect's side. There were too many people in the spirit realm. The big sister said softly, "This is not what Mr. wants to see." With that said, she turned into a ray of black light, and disappeared into the space between Yi Xian's eyebrows. At the same time, a voice resounded in Yi Xian's body. "Dao Law return." Boom! Every floor of the world prism pagoda shook violently. At this time, a voice sounded in Yi Xian's mind. "I'll support you. You can attack now." When he heard this, Yi Xian didn't hesitate at all, and he stabbed with his sword. As soon as he stabbed with his sword, the space in front of him suddenly split apart. The Tao Law of space. At the moment the space split apart, two mysterious forces suddenly appeared on the blood-red sword in his hand. The energy of the earth and Yin Jia's energy. At the same time, there was another mysterious force on the tip of the sword. Lian Qian's energy. Seal. As soon as the sealing power appeared, countless golden runes suddenly appeared in the space tens of thousands of feet in front of Yi Xian. These golden runes sealed the space where Guansheng was. At the same time, a blood-red prisoner character appeared above Guansheng's head. Guanyin's expression changed drastically when she saw this, and she immediately charged at Guansheng. However, she couldn't break the seal at all. Guan Yin's face was filled with disbelief when she saw the seal in front of her. What kind of seal is this? The sword arrived in front of Guan Sheng, and a savage expression appeared on Guan Sheng's face. Let me see how monstrous you are. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly clenched his right hand into a fist and smashed it forward. He still didn't utilize the death energy that he was skilled in, because he was afraid that this punch would make Yi Xian stronger instead. As soon as he smashed his fist forward, the prisoner character above his head instantly became illusory. However, it still suppressed most of his strength. Meanwhile, Yi Xian's sword arrived before him, and a tiny black dot had suddenly appeared on the tip of his sword. His sword slashed directly against Guan Sheng's fist. Bang! The space around them suddenly collapsed. At the same time, the space they resided in instantly turned pitch black. Guan Yin's expression changed drastically when she witnessed this scene, and she swiftly drew her sword and slashed forward. A strand of sword energy tore through the sky. However, it was instantly transformed into nothingness as soon as it came into contact with that area. Guan Yin's expression instantly became extremely unsightly when she witnessed this scene. Right at this moment, a strand of formidable force suddenly erupted from the pitch-black space in the distance, and then a figure flew out from within it. It was exactly Yi Xian. Yi Xian moved 3 kilometers back, and he just stopped moving when a few mouthfuls of blood essence sprayed from his mouth. Guan Yin instantly heaved a sigh of relief when she witnessed this scene. However, right at this moment, she suddenly turned around to look at Guan Sheng, and her expression instantly changed drastically when she saw Guan Sheng. At this moment, only Guan Sheng's soul remained. His body had been destroyed. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly vanished on the spot. Guan Yin was horrified when she witnessed this scene. She immediately appeared in front of Guan Sheng, drew her sword and slashed forward. This strike split the heavens and the earth apart. She didn't hold back at all, because she knew that Yi Xian possessed a sword that targeted the soul. If Yi Xian was allowed to get close to Guan Sheng, then even if Guan Sheng was a half-step self-release realm expert, Guan Sheng would definitely die. Yi Xian didn't defend himself at all when facing Guan Yin's attack, and he allowed Guan Yin's powerful sword to strike him. In an instant, Guan Yin's attack was swallowed by him. However, Guan Yin had already brought Guan Sheng along and retreated 3 kilometers away. At the same time, over a dozen extraordinary experts from the spirit realm had obstructed Yi Xian's path. Yi Xian glanced at Guan Sheng and sighed in his heart. What a pity! Earlier, when he'd gathered a few Dao laws, coupled with Big Sister's special ability, and the ability of the World Prison Pagoda, he'd almost killed Guan Sheng with a single strike. Just a little bit more. So long as he was able to use the soul-suppressing sword, then Guan Sheng would definitely die. Yi Xian didn't choose to use his sword again, because he was very weak right now. Just now, he could be said to have severely overexerted himself, and even the vitality heart and violet energy were almost unable to recover. He was really playing with his life. Yi Xian turned to look at his surroundings. At this time, the sword sect had taken out all kinds of sword formations, and it was precisely because of these sword formations that the sword sect could just barely hold off spirit realm. However, the difference in numbers between the two sides was too great. More and more people were dying. Among them, some were even people he was familiar with. If this continued, their side would be completely annihilated. Yi Xian tightly gripped the blood sword in his hand. At this time, a figure suddenly landed in front of him. The newcomer was Li Chunfeng, who had come down from the 6th dimension to help. At this time, one of Li Chunfeng's arms had disappeared, and opposite Li Chunfeng was the black-robed old man. Li Chunfeng turned to look at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, come with me. Go. Yi Xian looked at Li Chunfeng. To the 6th dimension? Li Chunfeng nodded. Young Master Yi, your side has no chance of winning, so please leave with me. Temple Master One has already ordered that Yi Xian must be safe no matter what. Temple Master One. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and then said, I don't seem to know your Temple Master One. Li Chunfeng grimaced. Young Master Yi, there is no time to explain these things now. Please leave with us, young Master Yi. Once we take the sixth dimension, spirit realm will not be able to do anything to young Master Yi. Yi Xian looked around. At this time, the Sword Sect and the Wu clan's experts were still fighting. Leave. If he left now, the people behind him would all die. As if knowing what Yi Xian was thinking, Li Chenfeng said gravely, "If you don't leave, they will also die. Why don't you leave? Where there is life, there is hope. With young Master Yi's talent, it will not be difficult to destroy spirit realm in the future." Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. "Senior, you can leave." Li Chenfeng still wanted to say something, but Yi Xian bowed slightly. "I sincerely thank the sixth dimension for its help, but I, Yi Xian, will stay here because my friends and brothers are all here. If we can't beat them now, then we will die together. There is no point in taking revenge when everyone is dead." Finished speaking, he turned and walked towards the experts of spirit realm with his sword in hand. Yi Xian gripped his sword tightly, his eyes slowly closing. Bedevilment. The blood sword in his hand suddenly erupted with a bloody light that enveloped him. In the distance, beside Guansheng, Guanyin said gravely, "Patriarch, we cannot hold anything back. Otherwise, even if we win, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. We must first kill this Yi Xian who has entered bedevilment." Guansheng thought for a moment and then said, "Respected elders, attack." As soon as he said this, two strange black-clothed people suddenly appeared behind him. As soon as these two black-clothed people appeared, the expressions of Amu and the others changed dramatically. Half-step self-release realm. The spirit race actually had a half-step self-release realm expert. Guansheng looked at the distant Yi Xian and sneered. "My spirit race doesn't have anything else, but we have a lot of people." Guanyin looked around. Although they had absolute strength on their side, she was still on guard. She knew that someone would definitely come out. In the distance, senior apprentice Sister Lu looked at the two half-step self-release realm experts charging at Yi Xian and suddenly said, "Call for help." The Sword Sect was calling for help. P.S. How many people read my books because of my looks? Chapter 1182. Call for help. As soon as she finished speaking, senior sister Lu suddenly took out a spear and tapped it lightly with her fingers. OM. The howl of a spear resounded through the sky. At this moment, everyone here looked at senior sister Lu. Guanyin stared fixedly at senior sister Lu. Is she going to call for the green-clothed man? At this moment, a beautiful figure suddenly floated out of the spear. It was a woman. The woman wore a white robe and had a ponytail. She held a spear, and there was a heroic air between her brows. In the distant starry sky, the gravekeeper's expression changed drastically when he saw that woman. He recognized this woman. It was this woman who'd defeated him with a single spear strike. The gravekeeper gulped when he saw this woman, and cold sweat started flowing down his forehead. What kind of sin has spirit realm committed? As he spoke, he gazed at the demonized Yi Xian in the distance. Damn it. We can't afford to offend this fellow. When the woman with the spear appeared, the two half-step self-release realm experts that were charging towards Yi Xian immediately stopped. Because they sensed danger, Guanyin stared fixedly at the woman with the spear, and a wave of uneasiness rose in her heart. The ponytailed woman turned to look at senior sister Lu. Senior sister Lu smiled bitterly. Is the timing right? The ponytailed woman glanced up and shook her head. No. Senior sister Lu's face fell when she heard this. When this woman left behind her doppelganger, she said that she would come out on her own when the time was right. She'd thought that this was the right time, but it wasn't. The matter might be quite serious. The ponytailed woman suddenly looked towards Yi Xian, and her gaze changed slightly when she saw Yi Xian. At this moment, Guansheng suddenly said, "And who are you?" The ponytailed woman looked at Guansheng, and then she stabbed with her spear. Hiss! The spear stabbed forward, and Guansheng didn't even have time to react before a ray of light pierced through him. In an instant, Guansheng's soul was obliterated. The expressions of the experts from Spirit Realm changed drastically when they saw this scene. Guanyin's face also turned snow-white in an instant. What kind of strength was this? At this moment, Primeval Yuan, who was fighting in the starry sky, turned and left. At this moment, the ponytailed woman looked at Primeval Yuan. She didn't move and just stabbed forward with her spear. At the instant the ponytailed woman thrust her spear, Primeval Yuan's eyes widened. At this moment he could smell the scent of death. He had never been so close to death before. He wanted to resist, but the instant this thought appeared in his mind, the spear had already pierced through his body. Boom! This spear strike directly destroyed the primordial spirit and soul. Everyone in the surroundings was petrified upon witnessing this scene. A half-step self-release realm expert was instantly killed? After the ponytailed woman killed Tai Guyuan with a single strike, she raised her head slightly, and her gaze locked onto Baitsong who stood in the sky. In the starry sky, Baitsong's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly stopped, and then slowly knelt down before the ponytailed woman before everyone's gazes. Please spare my life, heroine. Everyone. The ponytailed woman was slightly stunned. She hadn't expected that Baitsong would do this. The ponytailed woman spun the spear in her hand lightly. She'd originally intended to attack, but she seemed to have thought of something and stopped. She took a step forward and arrived in front of Baitsong. Baitsong lowered his head even more. He was trembling. At the instant the ponytailed woman killed Primeval Yuan with a single strike, he knew that he was absolutely not a match for her. Resist? That would be futile. It would only allow him to die with some backbone. However, he didn't want to die. The ponytailed woman gazed at Baitsong who knelt in midair. She placed the spear against Baitsong's head, and then she pointed it at Yi Xian. Do you feel wronged by staying by his side? Baitsong hurriedly shook his head. No, not at all. From today onward, this old man is willing to be young Master Ye's lackey. The ponytailed woman gazed at Baitsong and remained silent. Baitsong hurriedly opened his palm, and then a strand of his soul floated over to her. The ponytailed woman put away the strand of soul. At this moment, a blood-colored sword light slashed from behind her. The one who attacked was Yi Xian, who had already become a demon. The ponytailed woman turned around and blocked with her spear. The blood-colored sword light was blocked. At the same time, she pointed at the space between Yi Xian's eyebrows. In an instant, Yi Xian's bloodline returned to normal. Yi Xian looked at the woman in front of him. You. The ponytailed woman didn't speak. She turned around and looked at the experts of Spirit Realm. Those experts' expressions instantly changed. They wanted to escape, but they didn't dare. The ponytailed woman's gaze finally landed on Guan Yin. Guan Yin stared at the ponytailed woman without a hint of fear in his eyes. The ponytailed woman didn't attack. She looked at Yi Xian. Follow me. After saying that, she turned and walked into the distance. Yi Xian glanced at Guan Yin and the others. He wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, he didn't say anything and just followed the ponytailed woman. Not too far away, Guan Yin suddenly said, "Retreat." After saying that, she retreated with the spirit of 9 experts. The primordial race experts hurriedly retreated as well. Only the hallowed church experts didn't leave, because their old ancestor was still here. In the distance, the ponytailed woman slowly walked towards the starry sky. Yi Xian slowly followed behind her. He'd seen this woman before, but he didn't know who she was. At this moment, the ponytailed woman suddenly said, "It's about time I told you about Dao Yi." Yi Xian said in a low voice. "My origins?" The ponytailed woman nodded. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, "Qing'er said that I'm his older brother. Some people say that I'm related to the prophet. And my bloodline." The ponytailed woman suddenly said, "You're his older brother?" Yi Xian asked, "My previous life?" The ponytailed woman nodded. "Yes, that's not it either." "Yi Xian," the ponytailed woman said softly, "it's a bit complicated." Yi Xian asked, "Can you explain it clearly?" The ponytailed woman said, "There are 4 karmas on you. The first one is hers, the second one is the man in green, and the third one is the prophet's." Yi Xian asked, "What's the 4th one?" The ponytailed woman looked at Yi Xian. "It's unknown. It's unknown." Yi Xian was stunned. The ponytailed woman said softly, "He and she are looking for it." Yi Xian shook his head. "I don't quite understand." The ponytailed woman said. Previously, he had an agreement with her. He would search for the unknown karmas, and she would protect you in this world. She would guard the karmas of this world, and prevent the unknown karmas from interfering with your destiny. But the two of them discovered that things were getting more and more serious. Yi Xian asked in a deep voice, "What do you mean?" The ponytailed woman turned to look at Yi Xian. They thought that they had prevented the unknown karma from changing your fate, but they later discovered that, now, they were wrong. The result of their obstruction was exactly what the other party wanted. To put it simply, their intervention did not change anything. Yi Xian looked at the ponytailed woman. "Senior, are you saying that my life is being controlled by an invisible hand?" The ponytailed woman suddenly disappeared with Yi Xian. The next moment, the two of them appeared on the ground. The ponytailed woman pointed at an ant on the ground. "Look, it's walking forward. But I want it to go right." As she spoke, she picked up a small stone and placed it in front of the ant. The ant immediately crawled to the right. Yi Xian was silent. Meanwhile, the ponytailed woman spoke abruptly. "You're different. It's because she, him, and the prophet were involved, and you didn't act according to their plans. In other words, you didn't move to the right but to the left. Turn left." Yi Xian's expression was a little strange. The ponytailed woman said softly, "Don't think it's ridiculous. Look at this ant. It originally wanted to go forward, but because of a stone blocking its way, it went right. In its world, would it suspect that someone wanted it to go right?" As she spoke, she looked up at the vast starry sky. In this endless universe, are humans not ants to some existences? Yi Xian suddenly asked, "Senior, will Qing, and the man in green be in danger?" The ponytailed woman shook her head. "I don't know." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Is that unknown existence that powerful?" The ponytailed woman pointed at the ant in front of her. "Does it know that its enemy is an existence that can destroy heaven and earth? The unknown is the most terrifying." Yi Xian understood the ponytailed woman's meaning. The ponytailed woman seemed to see Yi Xian's worry. She continued, "She's very strong. She was very strong in the past, and she's even stronger now. She was the first to sense its existence, and she even forcibly fought with it. However, because of you, she finally chose to compromise. Both of them are very strong, and no karma or fate can attach to them. However, they dare not forcibly cut off the karma on you. She once wanted to do so." Yi Xian asked. "And then?" The ponytailed woman looked at Yi Xian. "And then you almost died." "Yi Xian," the ponytailed woman suddenly said. "This time, it's very serious." Yi Xian was a little puzzled. "What do you mean?" The ponytailed woman looked at Yi Xian. "I shouldn't have appeared at this time. However, I appeared at this time. This proves one thing. What we originally thought has changed again. No." As she spoke, she looked up at the depths of the starry sky and said softly, "After she left, no one can suppress this universe. Your situation is getting more and more dangerous. After this, you still have a tribulation. I originally left this clone here to deal with that tribulation. But now," Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "the fifth dimension tribulation." The ponytailed woman nodded. Yi Xian was silent. According to the time, the fifth dimension tribulation would arrive soon. The ponytailed woman looked at Yi Xian. "You will have to face everything else alone. Both of them hope that you can walk out of this universe by yourself." Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. "I feel that I am Yi Xian. I want to live according to my own thoughts." The ponytailed woman smiled. "Without strength, you can only live passively. You can only live according to how reality tells you to live." Yi Xian was silent. The ponytailed woman said softly, "Living in this world, you have to fight against people, against heaven, against fate. If you don't fight, you will die." Chapter 1183. If he didn't fight, he would die. Yi Xian fell silent. He understood what she meant. It seemed simple for a person to live according to their will, but it wasn't simple at all. In this world, how many people could live according to their will? For example, Yi Xian only wanted to live peacefully with his sister. But he knew that it was extremely difficult. Be it the martial Tao or the sword Tao, it was a path of no return. He would either reach the end or die on the path. At this moment the ponytailed woman suddenly said, "Live well." After saying that, she turned around and left. Yi Xian suddenly asked, "My bloodline power?" The ponytailed woman didn't even turn her head. "That is your blood. No matter how strong it is, it has to rely on you to survive. Without you, its existence is meaningless. You have to learn how to control and change it, so that this special bloodline becomes something that you can truly control. Remember, it is your blood." Yi Xian fell silent. My blood. He seemed to have almost forgotten about this. No matter how strong this bloodline is, isn't it still mine? Why should I fear it? I should truly control it. Yi Xian looked up. At this moment, the ponytailed woman had vanished. The ponytailed woman had arrived in the void dimension. She arrived in front of the tomb. Within the tomb were Lanxiao, Shaoqi, and Lian Wanli. The ponytailed woman tapped lightly with her fingers, and a white light entered the tomb. Soon an extremely powerful aura came from within the tomb. The ponytailed woman turned around and left. In a short while, she arrived at the tomb and saw the old man. The old man hurriedly bowed respectfully. "Senior." The ponytailed woman nodded slightly. "You are free." The old man hesitated for a moment before saying, "Senior, can you give me some guidance?" The ponytailed woman looked at him. "What do you want to know?" The old man said solemnly, "The limit of the spear Tao." The ponytailed woman shook her head. "There is no limit." The old man was stunned. The ponytailed woman looked at him. "There is no limit to the spear Tao, but there is in your heart. You drew a cage for yourself and trapped yourself." After saying that, she walked towards the nearby tomb. Behind her, the old man was petrified on the spot. In a short while, the old man suddenly started laughing. She laughed and laughed, but then she cried, "Limit!" In the past, he had thought that he had reached the limits of the spear Tao. It was precisely because of this thought that he did not search for the limits of the spear Tao. As the ponytailed woman had said, he had trapped himself to death. In the distance, the ponytailed woman walked to the tomb. At this moment, the tomb split open and a woman walked out. "Yi Ling." Yi Ling's eyes shone with a gloomy light. The ponytailed girl said softly, "Sister Xiao." Yi Ling looked at the ponytailed woman. "I'm leaving." The ponytailed woman asked, "Looking for us?" Yi Ling shook his head. "I'm going to look for her." "That woman." The ponytailed woman fell silent for a moment before she said, "She's somewhere else." Yi Ling nodded. "Her current condition should be slightly worse than mine." The ponytailed woman said solemnly, "He has arranged everything." Yi Ling smiled and said, "I have to do something." The ponytailed girl nodded. "All right." At this moment, Yi Ling suddenly waved her right hand, and the space on her right was directly torn apart. Immediately after that, a man flashed out from within. Yi Xian. Seeing Yi Ling, Yi Xian was stunned for a moment before he was overjoyed. "Linga? That's not right." The Yi Ling in front of him made him a little unfamiliar. Yi Ling looked at Yi Xian. "I want to leave this universe. After thinking about it, I decided to tell you." Yi Xian said solemnly, "What do you mean?" Yi Ling looked at Yi Xian. "I mean I want to leave with your sister. Do you have a problem with that?" Yi Xian said solemnly, "Senior, you can leave by yourself if you want. Don't take my sister with you." Yi Ling looked straight at Yi Xian. "What if I insist on taking her with me?" Yi Xian opened his palm, and the soul-suppressing sword appeared in his hand. A powerful soul force directly locked onto Yi Ling. However, the soul-suppressing sword that had always been successful was useless against Yi Ling at this moment. Yi Xian was shocked. Just as he was about to speak, an invisible coercion directly enveloped him. The moment this coercion enveloped him, he felt that his whole body was suddenly unable to move. Yi Ling glanced at Yi Xian, and then turned to leave. He left just like that. At this moment, Yi Xian's expression suddenly became ferocious. The blood in his body directly boiled at this moment. But very quickly, the blood in his body was directly suppressed. Yi Xian was stunned. "What's going on?" Yi Xian hurriedly said in his heart. "Lian Qian." At this moment, Big Sister's voice rang in his mind. You can't beat her. Can't beat her. Yi Xian stared at Yi Ling in the distance. He clenched his hands tightly. His sword domain and death domain appeared at the same time. But the two domains still could not break the mysterious force on his body. At this moment, Yi Ling suddenly stopped in her tracks. She turned to look at Yi Xian. Unwilling, right? Yi Xian said fiercely. No matter who you are, don't touch me. Yi Ling suddenly waved her right hand, and the mysterious force on Yi Xian's body directly disappeared. Yi Ling looked at Yi Xian. Come on. Yi Xian suddenly held the executing heaven sword, and directly disappeared on the spot. A sword ray tore through the air. In the distance, Yi Ling was expressionless. When the sword ray arrived in front of her, she stretched out two fingers and gently clamped it. This clamp directly caught Yi Xian's executing heaven sword. Yi Xian was stunned. He suddenly twisted his right hand, but the sword didn't move a bit. Yi Ling's fingers trembled slightly. Boom! Yi Xian was instantly pushed back hundreds of feet. As soon as he stopped, he heard a cracking sound. The executing heaven sword in his hand directly cracked. Not only the sword, but his body also cracked at this moment. Yi Xian was silent. At this moment, he felt the gap between him and his opponent. Yi Ling looked at Yi Xian. Do you have any other moves? Yi Xian didn't speak. Yi Ling turned and left. Yi Xian slowly clenched his fists. At this time, Yi Ling suddenly said from a distance, You can call for help, but I can tell you that among all the people you know, only your younger sister in plain dress dares to hit me. If you have the ability, call her here. Otherwise, it's useless no matter who you call. Yi Xian looked at Yi Ling. Why did you take my sister away? Yi Ling remained expressionless. If I want to, then I do. Do you have a problem with that? As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and left. On the spot, Yi Xian turned around to look at the ponytailed woman. The ponytailed woman shook her head. She was right. Only that woman in plain dress dares to hit her. She didn't dare either. It wasn't that she couldn't hit her, but she didn't know how to hit her, because their entire family owed her. Meanwhile, Yi Xian charged directly at Yi Ling. He didn't know who the soul within Yi Ling's body was. All he knew was that he couldn't allow that person to occupy Yi Ling's body. He wouldn't allow it. In the distance, Yi Ling didn't even turn around. A dim light flashed. Hiss! Before Yi Xian could react, he was blasted flying by the dim light, and he flew for an entire 3 kilometers. As soon as he stopped, his body cracked open. Blood sprayed from it. A ferocious expression appeared on Yi Xian's face. He held his sword in his right hand, and was about to attack again. However, a ray of dim light suddenly appeared in front of him. In the next moment, a spike was pressed against the center of his forehead, and it pierced half an inch into his forehead. His forehead split open and blood sprayed from it. Yi Ling didn't even turn around. Do you know how weak you are? As soon as she finished speaking, she'd vanished into the starry sky. Meanwhile, a voice suddenly resounded in the mind of the ponytailed woman, who stood by Yi Xian's side. All of you were too merciful to him. The ponytailed woman fell silent. Meanwhile, Yi Xian clenched his fists tightly while the spike was still pressed against the center of his forehead. The ponytailed woman gazed at Yi Xian. She won't harm your younger sister. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure gradually became ethereal. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly grabbed the spike, and then he turned around and left. The ponytailed woman suddenly said, That's mine. Yi Xian didn't even turn around. It's mine now. The ponytailed woman was slightly taken aback. Then she shook her head and smiled. What a big heart. There was a hint of admiration in her eyes. That was because Yi Xian wasn't affected by Yi Ling's words. One could have pride, but one had to know oneself better. At this moment, a woman suddenly appeared in front of her. She was none other than Tendo. The ponytailed woman looked at Tendo, and didn't say a word. Tendo smiled and said, Hello. The ponytailed woman asked, What's the matter? Tendo nodded. It's a small matter. A moment later, the ponytailed woman disappeared completely. Tendo remained silent. No one knew what she said. After a moment, Tendo smiled and turned around to leave. After Yi Xian returned to the Wu clan, he locked himself in his room. Yi Xian looked at the thorn in front of him. On the thorn, there were two small words, Yellow Springs. He had always felt that he was very, very strong. Even if he faced a half-step self-release realm expert, he would still be able to fight. Especially his corporeal body. Who in the fifth dimension could break his corporeal body? But that mysterious woman just now made him understand. His corporeal body had only reached the peak of this universe. But what about beyond this universe? At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly understood something. His Yi Xian's opponents were from this universe, but there were also opponents from beyond this universe. Thinking of this, Yi Xian couldn't help but curse. Is there no end to this? Saying this, he took out the book room. All his troubles were because of this book room. This book room had been brought down by the prophet from above. What exactly was inside? At this time, the elder sister appeared in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at her. Does Senior know what's inside? The elder sister said softly. Mister's background, as well as his life's work. Yi Xian said solemnly. Do you know what his background is? The elder sister shook her head. I don't know. Yi Xian was speechless. The elder sister looked at Yi Xian. You can't open the book room now, so don't force it. This is definitely Mister's intention. He feels that you don't have the strength to open it. Moreover, once the study room is opened, Mister's background will be revealed. This might not be a good thing for you. Yi Xian was puzzled. Why? The elder sister said calmly. Let me ask you, what if Mister had many enemies when he was alive? You are now Mister's inheritor. His enemies and his karma will naturally have to be borne by you. Yi Xian suddenly flew into a rage. Damn, why? I'm not convinced. I'm not doing it. This isn't fair. I don't want to be a scapegoat anymore. I'm not doing it. P.S. Someone actually doubts my looks. Everyone can add my WeChat public account, Qinghuan Peak. There's my photo on it. You can see how handsome I am. Don't blind your eyes. Chapter 1184. Scapegoat. Yi Xian realized that the scapegoat he carried the most was the prophet. This was too unfair. In front of Yi Xian, the big sister said, You can give the study away. Give it away. Yi Xian was silent. He took out the study and looked at it. He really wanted to give it away. Because up until now, not only did this thing not help him, it was constantly bringing trouble to him. But the fifth dimension was coming. If he gave it away, what would happen to the fifth dimension? Not only could he not give it away, he also had to find a way to activate it. As if he thought of something, he looked at the strange thorn in front of him. Yi Ling. Whether it was the mysterious woman inside Yi Ling's body or the ponytailed woman, they were both telling him that he was very weak. The ponytailed woman was tactful, but the mysterious woman was very direct. Was she wrong? No. But how could he be considered strong? Wasn't he walking fast enough? Yi Xian stood up and walked to the door. He looked at the sky, where a white cloud was floating. His thoughts also floated away. At this moment he thought of the plain-dressed woman. He suddenly realized that the plain-dressed woman had done a lot for him. Many of them were things he knew. But there were even more that he didn't know. She had always been paying for him. Always. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly felt a bit of heartache. Right now, the plain-dressed woman could help him take on many unknown dangers. But could she always do it for him? He believed in the plain-dressed woman's strength. But as the ponytailed woman said, the unknown was the most terrifying. Yi Xian took a deep breath. He really had to work hard. Before, the mysterious woman wanted to take Yi Ling away, but he was powerless. If that mysterious woman was someone from spirit realm, what would he do? He didn't want to experience powerlessness and despair again. The most painful thing in the world was powerlessness. But he had really worked hard. But the enemies were getting stronger and stronger, and there were more and more of them. Especially the inexplicable karma on his body. When he was young, he felt that man could conquer nature. However, as he grew stronger and stronger, he realized that things weren't that simple. Most of the time, the stronger you are, the more helpless you are. Because the stronger you are, the more you know. Sometimes, knowing too much wasn't a good thing. Prophet. He had obtained the World Prism Pagoda. This was a great opportunity, but at the same time, it was also a disaster. Ever since he came to the fifth dimension, he had encountered countless troubles because of the bookstore. Moreover, there might be more trouble because of the prophet. He didn't know who the prophet was, but he knew that the prophet's identity would definitely bring him great trouble. In any case, he would always be prepared for the worst. Now that the plain-dressed woman had left, the ponytailed woman would not appear again. He could only bear everything by himself. As if he had thought of something, Yi Xian turned to look at Big Sister. What will happen when the Tao Law gathers? Big Sister said in a deep voice. Invincible in the 5 dimensions. Invincible in the 5 dimensions. Yi Xian hesitated. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Big Sister looked at Yi Xian. Mr. isn't as good as the owner of the 3 swords in the pagoda. However, don't forget that Xiao Ta and the 9 Tao Laws have fought with the 3 of them before. Yi Xian was silent. The World Prison Pagoda had fought with the 3 of them before. Although they were defeated in the end, this was enough to prove how terrifying Xiao Ta was. There was basically no one in the 5th dimension who could fight with the 3 of them. Big Sister said, I have already contacted the other 3 Tao Laws. They will rush back. At that time, when all the Tao Laws return, you will be shocked by it. Yi Xian smiled. I'm looking forward to it. Big Sister sized up Yi Xian. Your biggest problem now is your realm. If you don't increase your realm, even if the Tao Laws return, you won't be able to display their true power. Realm. Yi Xian nodded. I know. He was only in the rebirth tier. Although he could reach the shattering void tier with the help of sword domain, this was equivalent to taking a shortcut. His own realm was a drawback after all. He had to increase it. However, he had more important things to do now. Yi Xian left the room, and an old man stood not far in front of him. Baizong. This was the helper that the ponytailed woman left for him. Yi Xian walked in front of Baizong, and Baizong hurriedly bowed. Young Master Yi. Yi Xian shook his head. Senior can call me Yi Xian or little friend Yi. Baizong hesitated then nodded. Okay. Yi Xian looked at Baizong. You are the Saint Church leader? Baizong nodded. Yes. Yi Xian said. How is the situation in the spirit realm now? Baizong glanced at Yi Xian. After this, the spirit realm definitely won't provoke little friend Yi. If he had known that such a terrifying elite existed behind Yi Xian, he wouldn't have come even if he was beaten to death. That ponytailed woman was too terrifying. Seeming to think of something, Baizong said again. Little friend Yi, can the people of the Saint Church come here? Yi Xian looked at Baizong. You want the people of the Saint Church to come to the 5th dimension? Baizong nodded. To tell you the truth, the spirit chi in the spirit realm is very bad now, not very suitable for cultivation. This is why the spirit realm wants to seize little friend's study house. Because we want to use this study house to attack the 6th dimension. Humph. At this time, a sneer came from the side. Yi Xian turned to look. Not far away, Li Chimfeng walked over. Li Chimfeng looked at Baizong. Attack the 6th dimension. The spirit realm thinks too highly of itself, Baizong said indifferently. If not for that cosmic barrier, the spirit realm would directly go to the 6th dimension this time. Li Chimfeng smiled. Going to the 6th dimension is seeking your own destruction. Baizong glanced at Li Chimfeng and didn't say anything. Yi Xian suddenly looked at Li Chimfeng. Senior Li, many thanks for this time. Li Chimfeng smiled. Young Master Yi is too polite. This time, without us, young Master Yi can still turn misfortune into fortune. In reality, he wasn't worried at all, because there was a super expert behind Yi Xian. The plain-dressed woman. If that woman appeared, the spirit realm would probably disappear from the world. But he didn't expect that the plain-dressed woman didn't appear, but a woman with a spear. Even more unexpected was that the spear-wielding woman was so terrifying. This Yi Xian's background was too terrifying. Back then, the Union Hall wanted to rob his study house. Thinking of this, Li Chimfeng felt a trace of lingering fear. Yi Xian suddenly said, Senior Li, who sent you down to help? Li Chimfeng withdrew his thoughts. He hesitated and then said, I don't know the specifics, we came down under orders. Yi Xian asked. Hall Master Wen? Li Qinfeng nodded. Yes. Yi Xian was slightly puzzled. Why did she help me? Baizong also looked at Li Qinfeng. This was also what he wanted to know. Why would the sixth dimension come down to help Yi Xian? This wasn't normal. Li Qinfeng hesitated and then said, I don't know the specifics, but it should be related to that plain-dressed woman. The plain-dressed woman. Yi Xian was silent. In reality, he'd already expected this. At this time, Li Qinfeng suddenly said, Little friend Yi, the fifth dimension's tribulation is about to arrive. Why don't you go up to the sixth dimension with us? Go up to the sixth dimension. Nearby, Baizong glanced at Yi Xian. He was actually a bit tempted. Go up to the sixth dimension. In reality, if the sixth dimension could let people go up at will, they would have gone up directly back then. Because no matter if it was the fifth dimension or the spirit realm, they were all going to experience the fifth dimension's tribulation. They were very strong, and might be able to survive the fifth dimension's tribulation. But what about after they survived? In a world that experienced the fifth dimension's tribulation, spirit energy was extremely scarce for a short period of time. At that time, it wasn't suitable for cultivation at all. Therefore, to top experts like them, the sixth dimension was the best choice. But the sixth dimension wouldn't let them go up. However, at this moment Yi Xian had such a chance to go up directly. It had to be said that Baizong's heart was slightly complicated. Having someone behind you really was different. What others had to beg for with their lives, he didn't need to beg at all, and directly possessed it. Comparing oneself to others was infuriating. At this time, Yi Xian shook his head. I won't go up. Li Qinfeng hesitated and then said, Little friend Yi, you'll have to experience the fifth dimension's tribulation here. Yi Xian smiled. My friends are all here. Li Qinfeng sighed in a low voice. In fact, the United Hall really hoped that Yi Xian would go up. If Yi Xian could go up, the United Hall would gain a super ally. Unfortunately, Yi Xian couldn't let go of the people here in the fifth dimension. However, he was very clear that it was impossible for the sixth dimension to let these people go up. The current order of the sixth dimension couldn't be broken. Otherwise, it was very likely that the sixth dimension would follow in the footsteps of the fifth dimension and spirit realm. Yi Xian smiled. I, Yi Xian, appreciate seniors and the sixth dimension's kind intentions. Li Qinfeng glanced at Yi Xian and smiled slightly. I admire little friend Yi for his loyalty and loyalty. Hall Master Wen has already told me that if little friend changes his mind, you can contact us at any time. Yi Xian smiled. Contact you? Li Qinfeng nodded. Little friend can go find the fifth dimension's Tendo here. The fifth dimension's Tendo? Yi Xian was silent. Could it be that the sixth dimension's help this time was related to that woman? Li Qinfeng suddenly said. Little friend, we will take our leave first. Yi Xian cupped his fists at Li Qinfeng. Take care. Li Qinfeng nodded. Take care. After saying this, he directly disappeared with the experts of the sixth dimension. At this time, Baizong suddenly said, Little friend Yi, actually we can completely bring everyone in the fifth dimension to fight our way up to the sixth dimension. Yi Xian looked at Baizong. Baizong smiled. The sixth dimension doesn't have a fifth dimension tribulation. Yi Xian smiled. What happens after we fight our way up? Baizong was startled. After we fight our way up, no one will have to experience the fifth dimension tribulation, everyone. Yi Xian shook his head. Not long after, the sixth dimension will also experience the fifth dimension tribulation. After saying this, he turned his head and looked around. Then he softly said, This universe has to change. Let me change it. Chapter 1185. Change this part of the universe. Looking at Yi Xian leaving, Baizong's expression was a little strange. He understood Yi Xian's meaning, but he knew it would be very difficult. After thinking for a long time, Baizong sighed. His heart was complicated. Yi Xian missed the opportunity to go to the sixth dimension. It had to be said, a little. In the distance, Yi Xian found the martial realm of the upper realms. This time, the upper realms lost more than 10 super experts. Yi Xian cupped his fists at Wu Jing. Thank you for coming to help, Senior. Wu Jing smiled. You're welcome. Yi Xian hesitated, then said, why did Senior come down to help? He naturally did not think that the other came down to help because of Yi Xian. Yi Xian did not have that kind of influence. Wu Jing smiled. Just treat it as a good karma, okay? Yi Xian smiled. Okay. Wu Jing looked at Yi Xian. You should go with them. Yi Xian smiled. What about the people around me? Wu Jing said softly. It is not a good thing to have too many fetters on the road of martial arts. Yi Xian smiled. It is not fetters, it is responsibility. Senior, when the army of Spirit Realm came, they did not leave me. How can I leave them? Wu Jing was silent. Yi Xian said again, Senior, when the fifth dimension comes, you should stay here and fight together. What do you think? Wu Jing smiled. Okay. It was impossible for them to go to the sixth dimension now. The sixth dimension gave face to Yi Xian, but it did not mean it would give face to them. And now, if they wanted to survive the fifth dimension, following Yi Xian was the best way out. Because Yi Xian had the book house, there was someone behind him. After chatting with Wu Jing for a while, Yi Xian turned and left. At this moment, Wu Zongxing appeared beside Yi Xian. Looking at the departing Yi Xian, Wu Zongxing suddenly said, he actually gave up the chance to go to the sixth dimension. Wu Jing calmly said, we should rejoice. Wu Zongxing looked at Wu Jing. What do you mean? Wu Jing said softly, if he were to leave selfishly, there would be no study house left in this universe. Shouldn't we be glad? Wu Zongxing remained silent. Yi Xian came to a large hall. At this moment, Mu and the others were all there. Everyone was looking at Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at everyone and said with a smile, our biggest enemy now is the fifth dimension tribulation. Everyone fell silent. Fifth dimension tribulation. Although the crisis of Spirit Realm had been resolved, they still faced an even greater crisis. And that was the fifth dimension tribulation. Yi Xian continued, our overall strength is still not strong enough. Therefore, all of us have to become stronger. Mu suddenly said, what do you think? Yi Xian looked at Senior Sister Lu at the side. Senior Sister Lu, the Sword Sect's senior brothers are much stronger than the other races. I want them to give us some pointers. What do you think? Senior Sister Lu nodded. Sure. Yi Xian turned to look at Baitsong not far away. Senior Baitsong, can the half-step self-release realm experts on your side also give us pointers? Baitsong smiled. Of course. Yi Xian continued. Some of our cultivation resources might be lacking. Baitsong hesitated and then said, little friend Yi, don't worry. My Saint Hall has stored a lot over the years. However, these resources can only sustain the cultivation of a small number of people. Also, little friend Yi, you have to know Dao Yi's point. To nurture a return to realm break realm expert, the consumption is huge. This is when they have talent and potential. He was afraid that Yi Xian wanted to nurture a large number of return to realm break realm experts. That was too difficult. Yi Xian nodded. I know. However, at this moment, we can only do our best to strengthen our own people. Baitsong hesitated to speak. Yi Xian said, Senior, you can tell me anything. Baitsong said, we don't have enough cultivation resources. Yi Xian smiled and said, I intend to head to Spirit Realm. Head to Spirit Realm. Everyone here was shocked when they heard this. Baitsong was slightly stunned as well. He glanced at Yi Xian and didn't speak further. Is this fellow going to take revenge? Yi Xian looked at Amu and said, Amu, come with me. Amu nodded and smiled. All right. After Yi Xian gave instructions for everything, he took Amu and Baitsong with him to Spirit Realm. In the starry sky, Yi Xian flew on his sword. Beside him was Amu, while Baitsong was behind them. Although he was stronger than Yi Xian and Amu, he didn't dare to underestimate Yi Xian, not only because of the ponytail girl, but also because of Sixth Dimension's attitude towards Yi Xian. Sixth Dimension's attitude towards Yi Xian was something he couldn't imagine. Sixth Dimension's power was definitely not weaker than Spirit Realm, But sixth dimension was willing to make an exception for Yi Xian. Moreover, he was very humble in front of Yi Xian. This was definitely not normal. There was only one explanation for sixth dimension to be so humble. Sixth dimension couldn't afford to offend Yi Xian. Every time he thought of this, his heart was filled with bitterness. What kind of monster did they offend? Fortunately, he was relatively lucky because he was still alive, while Guansheng and Immemorial Yuan were completely gone. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but think of something his master had once said to him. People should be timid when it was time to be timid. Most of the time, timidity wasn't cowardice but great wisdom. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly said from afar, "Senior Baitsong, previously your plan was to kill me, seize the study house, and then plot against sixth dimension?" Baitsong smiled embarrassedly. "That's what I thought at the time." Yi Xian said, "Why didn't you attack sixth dimension directly? After all, it would be easier that way." Baitsong hesitated and then said, "At the time we felt that you were easier to bully." Hearing this, Amu covered his mouth and laughed lightly. Yi Xian glanced at Baitsong and shook his head. Actually, the other's thinking was not wrong. If it wasn't for the ponytail girl, his side definitely wouldn't be able to stop Spirit Realm. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Senior ninth floor, you should be able to come out now, right?" Ninth floor said, "Yes." Yi Xian was slightly puzzled. "Then why don't you come out? Is it fun in the tower?" Ninth floor said indifferently, "Why should I go out? I feel that it's pretty good here." Yi Xian was slightly puzzled. "Why? Don't you want freedom?" Ninth floor said, "I really wanted freedom before, but now I want to live. I feel that before the fifth dimension tribulation ends, staying by your side is the safest." Yi Xian's expression was slightly strange. "Senior, with your strength, it should be very easy to go to sixth dimension, right?" Ninth floor suddenly said, "Am I very, very powerful in your heart?" Yi Xian nodded. "Yes." Ninth floor said, "Thank you for thinking so highly of me. Unfortunately, I'm not that powerful. To go to sixth dimension, you have to fulfill 3 conditions. First, you have to obtain the permission of this place's Tendo. Second, you have to pass through the barrier of the universe. This process is very dangerous. Third, you have to obtain the permission of sixth dimension. Let me tell you, kid, sixth dimension gives you face. But it doesn't mean that they will give face to others. Those fellows are very sensitive. And they really don't welcome experts from other places to go to their place." Yi Xian was silent. In fact, he understood the sixth dimension, because the sixth dimension had its current order. If other experts went there, they might very well break that order. Not everyone was willing to abide by that order. As Baitsong had said, if he had begged the ponytailed woman, he might have been able to bring people from the lower realm to sixth dimension. But what if he went to sixth dimension, forcefully changing the order of sixth dimension? Then many years later, everyone would be done with the sixth dimension and continue to experience the fifth dimension tribulation? As long as the people of fifth dimension didn't change, the tribulation would always be there. Therefore, he chose to change. Although it was very difficult, he had to do it. Ninth floor suddenly said, "Kid, it's really a pity that you gave up on going up." Yi Xian smiled. "It's not a pity. I feel that this universe is quite good." Ninth floor said, "You want to change?" Yi Xian smiled. "Can't I?" Ninth floor was silent for a moment before saying, "I've discovered that you're slowly walking the path of profit." Yi Xian was somewhat puzzled. "Why do you say that?" Ninth floor said, "Because Prophet wants to change." Yi Xian was silent. At this moment, he thought of the cause and effect that the ponytailed woman had mentioned. Could it be that his path was really arranged by someone else? Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. If it was before, he would definitely be bothered, even depressed, and then angry. But now he wouldn't be angry at all, because he discovered that it was enough to do things with a clear conscience. If what he wanted to do was the will of heaven, then he would follow the will of heaven. If it was the will of man, then he would follow the will of man. So what? Boom. At this moment, a powerful aura suddenly swept out from Yi Xian's body. At the same time, A powerful sword intent surged out from Yi Xian's body like a tidal wave. Baizong was stunned. Ninth floor was stunned. Amu looked at Yi Xian in shock. Was he going to break through? Yi Xian was also a little dumbfounded. What was he doing? At this moment, Big Sister's voice suddenly sounded. Clear your mind. Clear your mind. Yi Xian was stunned. Soon he understood. If what he wanted to do was the will of heaven, then he would follow the will of heaven. If it was the will of man, then he would follow the will of man. In fact, this was not about following the will of heaven or man. It was about following the will of man. Following the will of man. If he wanted to do something, as long as it was what he wanted to do, and he had a clear conscience, then so what if it was the will of heaven or man? Thinking of this, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. He slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, the aura on his body grew stronger. Not only did his aura grow stronger, but his sword intent also skyrocketed. The starry sky within tens of thousands of zhang around him boiled at this moment. The momentum was extremely shocking. At the same time, the sword in Yi Xian's hand trembled violently as if it was excited. He was going to break through. Amu's eyes were filled with excitement. Yi Xian's breakthrough was definitely great news. In the distance, Baizong's expression was slightly solemn. There was cold sweat on his forehead. He could break through just by walking. Damn it, isn't this cheating? Baizong looked at Yi Xian. Why don't I just call him Young Master Yi in the future? P.S. I've been thinking of organizing an event recently. I want to invite some book friends for a meal and eat spicy soup. Chapter 1186. Somewhere in the starry sky, the fifth dimension Tendo was leisurely walking. Recently she had been busy, because there were a lot of things to do. Moreover, the fifth dimension tribulation was coming. Originally, when the plain dress woman was in this cosmos, she was very idle. Because of her, many troublesome matters wouldn't appear. The plain dress woman had this kind of deterrence. But after she left, more and more troublesome matters appeared in this cosmos. To put it simply, she was currently very busy. At this time, the fifth dimension Tendo suddenly stopped. She opened her palm and gently swiped it in front of her. This swipe caused the space in front of her to become illusory. And within that illusory space, she could see countless threads. Karma threads. Not her karma threads, but Yi Xian's. Seeing these karma threads, the Tendo slightly frowned, because she discovered that not only were there more and more karma threads, but they were also becoming more and more solid. At this time, a voice came from beside her. Why didn't that woman directly cut off his karma threads? The Tendo softly said. If she did, he would die. Only he could make that woman put down her sword. The voice was somewhat puzzled. Why would he die? The Tendo said with a smile. This is like an ordinary person growing a tumor. Tell me, if he cut off the tumor, would he survive? No, if he forcibly cut it off, he would only die faster. The voice was silent. The Tendo said again. There is only one way to solve this problem, and that is himself. Only he can cut off or change the karma threads on his body. The voice asked, can he do it? The Tendo said with a smile, he can't. The voice. The Tendo said again. However, he can do it better. The voice was puzzled. What do you mean? The Tendo said with a smile. If the tumor can't be cut off, then why not coexist with it? What he is doing now is obeying the tumor and maintaining a state of equilibrium with it. Simply put, what he wants to do now is what the tumor wants to do. Therefore, not only will the tumor not kill him, it will also help him. At this point, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. What an interesting little fellow, the voice suddenly said. What if one day the two of them have a conflict? Tendo rolled his eyes. What's the point of thinking so much about the future? The voice said. The problem exists, he can't avoid it. The Tendo smiled and said. Some problems can't be solved in a short time. The voice said. You are so smart, can you help him deal with it? The Tendo shrugged. Big sister, don't you think too highly of me? The voice said. I think you are very powerful. Tendo blinked. Is it very powerful? The voice said. Yes. Tendo laughed. The karma on him is not something I can solve, but Speaking up to this point, she blinked. However, we can follow his karmic line and change it for him. The voice was puzzled. Change? Tendo nodded and smiled. For example, the tumor was originally growing on his head, but we can move it to his butt. The voice. Tendo laughed and walked away. Soon, she arrived at Tendo's pawn shop. Xiao Dao was still in the pawn shop. Seeing Tendo, Xiao Dao said in a deep voice, "They were here." Diabolism family. Tendo nodded. They were here. Xiao Dao looked at Tendo. You blocked it for me? Tendo smiled and said, yes. Aren't you touched? Xiao Dao shook her head. You are looking for trouble for yourself. She was the only one who knew how terrifying her family was. Tendo blinked. If I say that I caused a little trouble for your family, you won't mind, right? Xiao Dao looked at Tendo. Don't play with fire. Heavenly Dao smiled and said, you don't worry about me. I know your Diabolism family is very powerful, but they won't cause trouble for me for the time being. Xiao Dao frowned. Why? Tendo smiled. Because they might cause trouble for others. Xiao Dao was puzzled. What do you mean? Tendo shook her head. Nothing. I am not here to talk to you about this. I want to tell you something. Xiao Dao looked at Tendo. What is it? Tendo blinked. You have to promise me that you can't be angry. Xiao Dao said calmly. Say it or not. Tendo quickly said. Do you want to have a breakthrough in your bloodline? Xiao Dao frowned. What do you mean? Tendo smiled. I mean, I have a way to make your bloodline breakthrough. Hearing this, the little Taoist could not help but clench her fists tightly. She looked at the Heavenly Dao. Do you know what you're saying? Tendo nodded. I know. Xiao Dao stared at Tendo. In my Diabolism family, no one has been able to make a breakthrough in their bloodline for hundreds of thousands of years. Although I think I am very powerful, I don't have the confidence to break through the bloodline shackles and change the Diabolism family. Diabolism bloodline. In her world, the Diabolism family's bloodline was ranked second among all bloodlines. The Diabolism bloodline was incomparably overbearing. The reason why the Diabolism family could become a super overlord was because of this bloodline. This was because once a member of a demonic path family was born, especially a direct descendant of a demonic path family, they would forever possess the bloodline of the demonic path. Their cultivation would be dozens of times faster than others, and once they activated the power of their demonic path bloodline, they would far surpass an ordinary person. However, the Diabolism family's success was also due to their bloodline. This was because the Diabolism bloodline was too strong. For the descendants of the Diabolism family, to break through the bloodline shackles was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. But at this time, when Tendo said she had a way to help her make a breakthrough, she naturally found it hard to believe. But she knew that this woman in front of her was quite reliable. Tendo earnestly said, It's true. Xiao Dao said in a low voice. What method? Tendo blinked. I'll say this first. You can't be angry. Xiao Dao looked at Tendo. Alright, I won't be angry. Tendo earnestly said. Do you know what Yi Xian's bloodline is? Xiao Dao nodded. I know. His bloodline is no weaker than my Diabolism bloodline. Tendo sternly said. My method is, if you and Yi Xian combine, your bloodline will definitely be able to break through. Don't hit me. I'm not finished yet. Hey, you said you won't be angry. Don't be like this. Isn't it just a nap? It's very simple. After a while, the entire endless underground city shook violently, as if there was a great earthquake. In the starry sky, Yi Xian's eyes were tightly closed. Around him, the sword intent and aura were still increasing wildly. And at this moment, the surrounding starry sky had gradually become illusory. Baitsong and Amu had already retreated to a distance. Looking at Yi Xian in the distance, Baitsong was silent. He knew that Yi Xian's breakthrough was imminent. At this moment, Amu suddenly said, Senior, will there be any trouble when we go to the spirit realm this time? This was what she was worried about. Although the spirit realm had been defeated, but her intuition told her that this trip to the spirit realm might not be so peaceful. Baitsong said softly, It depends on what little friend Yi is going to do. Amu looked at Baitsong. Are there any super experts in the spirit realm? Baitsong nodded. The banished deity island. There are 2 people there, and they are very strong. The banished deity island. Amu nodded slightly. She was about to speak, but at this moment, Yi Xian in the distance suddenly opened his eyes. And at this moment, the sword intent and aura around him surged back into his body like a tide. Soon, the surrounding starry sky returned to normal. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the executing heaven sword appeared in his hand. At this moment, he was already at the peak of the 3rd tier of the mortal sword realm. The sword Dao realm could be said to have reached the limit of this universe, because no one in the 5th dimension had surpassed the 3rd tier. Not only his sword Dao realm, but his realm had also reached the ruler realm. Double breakthrough. This surprised him a little, because he did not expect that not only his sword Dao realm had a breakthrough, but his realm had also followed. At this time, Baitsong suddenly smiled. Congratulations, little friend. Yi Xian smiled, and then said, Senior Baitsong, I know what the origin returning realm breaker realm is, but this half-step self-release. Baitsong shook his head and smiled. Half-step self-release is actually equivalent to the limit of the origin returning realm breaker realm. Yi Xian was slightly puzzled. What do you mean? Baitsong said solemnly. The self-release realm is not within the Grand Dao. Half-step self-release is actually still within the Grand Dao, and has not walked out of the Grand Dao, not even taking half a step out. It can be said that half-step self-release realm is the limit of the origin returning realm breaker realm, and this limit is actually worlds apart from the true self-release realm. As he spoke, he paused, and then said, Before Guan Sheng and I thought that we could fight a self-release realm, but in reality, we were too arrogant. A true self-release realm expert is not something we can contend against. This difference in realm is really not something that can be made up for by any external object. That ponytail woman was at least a self-release realm, and in front of her, he did not even have the power to resist. Also, the other was just an avatar. Thinking about what Guan Sheng had said before about fighting a self-release realm expert, it was a great joke. In the distance, Yi Xian was silent. He had not thought that the difference between a half-step self-release realm expert and a self-release realm expert would be so great. Self-release? Yi Xian looked towards the depths of space. Escaping from the Grand Dao, not within the Grand Dao. How could one do that? He slightly regretted not asking the plain-dressed woman now. Moments later, Yi Xian gathered his thoughts. He looked at Baitsong and Amu. Let's go. Baitsong nodded. Soon, the trio disappeared into the stars. A long time later, the trio arrived at Spirit Realm. Stepping into Spirit Realm, Baitsong suddenly said, Friend Yi, what is your goal in coming to Spirit Realm? Yi Xian looked towards the horizon. Very simple. Baitsong looked at Yi Xian and waited for him to continue. Yi Xian was expressionless. Those who obey me prosper. Those who oppose me die. Baitsong. Chapter 1187. As Yi Xian's voice fell, the battlefield suddenly became quiet. Baitsong was silent. He had already guessed that Yi Xian did not come to play this time. Spirit Realm's sky was about to change. Baitsong sighed softly. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly said, Senior Baitsong, please lead the way, Spirit of Dark Race. Spirit of Dark Race. Baitsong nodded. All right. Finishing, he took Yi Xian and Amu and disappeared into the horizon. Spirit World. At this time, Spirit World was lifeless. Ever since they were defeated in the 5th dimension, all Spirit of Dark Race experts lived in fear. That woman killed a half-step self-release realm expert with one spear. How could they fight? There was no way. If that woman came to Spirit of Dark Race. Thinking of this, the Spirit of Dark Race experts could not help but feel fear. On this day, Guan Yin, who was in a room, suddenly opened her eyes. The next moment, she appeared in the sky above Spirit of Dark Race. At this time, all the Spirit of Dark Race experts looked up at the horizon. In the sky, 3 people stood. The one leading was Yi Xian. He came. Guan Yin looked at Yi Xian and did not speak. At this time, the spirit of dark race experts had surrounded her. Yi Xian looked at Guan Yin. From now on, Amu will take over spirit of dark race. Do you have any objections? Guan Yin was silent. Yi Xian suddenly slashed. Under this slash, Guan Yin's arm flew off, blood splattering. In the field, all the spirit of dark race experts changed their expressions. A dozen origin returning realm experts were about to attack, but they were stopped by Guan Yin. Yi Xian looked at Guan Yin. I will ask one last time. Do you have any objections? Guan Yin shook her head. No objections. From now on, spirit of dark race will listen to your orders. She knew that there were only two outcomes for spirit of dark race. One was to be destroyed, or submit like Baizang Holy Hall. Fight. No, there was no chance. The person behind Yi Xian was too terrifying. It could be said that as long as they fought, the spirit of Nine Yin would be exterminated. Yi Xian turned his head and looked at Amu. You stay here and help her deal with the Dark Yin race's matters. After you're done, let her bring the Dark Yin race's experts to the 5th dimension. Once you're there, you'll arrange everything. Amu nodded. All right. Yi Xian looked at Baizang. Senior Baizang, let's go to the ancient race. Baizang glanced at Guan Yin in the distance, and then said, leaving Miss Amu here. I'm afraid it's a little dangerous. Yi Xian turned to glance at Guan Yin. Would she dare? As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot with Baizang. Guan Yin remained silent. The faces of the spirits of 9 dead in the surroundings were extremely ugly. Surrender. They had never imagined that the spirits of 9 Yin would actually submit to others one day. Was he willing? Naturally, he was unwilling. Some of the spirit of 9 Yin experts suddenly gazed at Amu with hostile expressions. However, Amu's expression was very calm. Guan Yin turned around and glanced at the spirit of 9 Yin experts. Stand down. The spirit of 9 Yin experts were slightly hesitant. Guan Yin took a deep breath. Can all of you defeat that woman? That woman. The spirit of 9 Yin experts fell silent, and it didn't take long for some of them to retreat. Guan Yin looked at Amu. High Priest Amu, come with me. Amu nodded. All right. As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them left. In the distant horizon, Yi Xian and Baizang arrived at the ancient race. As soon as they arrived, a few dozen formidable auras enveloped them. Baizang frowned slightly. He waved his right hand, and the auras were instantly dispersed. Meanwhile, a young man appeared in front of Yi Xian, Primordial Ming, the former young clan leader of the ancient race. Of course, he was now the clan leader of the ancient race. Behind Primordial Ming, there were a few dozen origin-breaking realm-returning realm experts. Primordial Ming looked at Yi Xian. I wonder if Brother Yi can let my ancient race off. Yi Xian nodded. Sure. Primordial Ming was slightly startled. What condition? Yi Xian looked at Primordial Ming. From now on, the ancient race will listen to my orders. Primordial Ming's expression turned ugly. Brother Yi, can you change the condition? Yi Xian suddenly slashed with his sword. Qi. Before Primordial Ming could react, one of his arms was chopped off. The ancient race experts were shocked, but no one dared to make a move. Yi Xian looked at Primordial Ming. Am I discussing with you? Primordial Ming was silent. At this moment, Baizang suddenly said, Does the ancient race want to be exterminated? Primordial Ming looked at Yi Xian. Brother Yi, do you really want to fight to the death? Yi Xian suddenly stabbed with his sword. Boom. Primordial Ming's head flew off. Blood splattered. The expressions of the ancient race experts changed. Some of them were about to make a move, when a voice rang out from below. Stop. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. There a man was walking over. At this moment, Baizang's voice rang out in Yi Xian's mind. Primordial Yuan's son, Primordial Qing, is an illegitimate child. His talent isn't any lower than Primordial Ming's, but because of his identity, he has always been suppressed. Primordial Qing walked in front of Yi Xian and bowed to Yi Xian. Then he turned to the ancient race experts. Has everyone forgotten about the death of the clan leader? The death of the clan leader. The expressions of the primordial race experts turned slightly unsightly when they heard this. The clan leader had been stabbed to death with a single spear. Primordial Qing gazed at Yi Xian. Yi Xian said, "Can you convince the ancient race?" Primordial Qing shook his head. "I can't," Yi Xian said. "Who do you think deserves to die?" Primordial Qing pointed at an old man nearby. "He's the clan leader's younger brother, and he has the highest prestige." The old man's eyes narrowed slightly, and he stared fixedly at Primordial Qing with undisguised killing intent in his eyes. Yi Xian suddenly said, "Kill him." Baizong vanished on the spot. The old man's expression changed drastically. Everyone attacked together. As soon as he finished speaking, he smashed his fist forward. However, he'd only just punched forward when his head was blasted apart by a powerful force. There was a huge gap between a Returnance Realm expert and a half-step self-release realm expert. The experts of the ancient race were stunned when they saw the old man being killed in an instant. Yi Xian looked up into the starry sky. He sensed a powerful aura. Half-step self-release realm. In truth, whether it was the Spirit-Yin race, the Holy Church, or the ancient race, they all had more than one half-step self-release realm expert. Yi Xian looked up into the horizon. "If you dare to attack, I will exterminate the ancient race. I will not even spare a chicken or dog." There was no response from the horizon. Yi Xian looked at Primordial Qing in front of him. "From now on, you are the ancient race patriarch. Who else do you think deserves to die?" Primordial Qing was silent for a moment. He shook his head. "No one." Yi Xian nodded. "Have your people prepare. Once they are ready, immediately head to the fifth dimension." Primordial Qing nodded. "Okay." Yi Xian looked up into the horizon, and then left with Baizong. On the battlefield, Primordial Qing looked at the distant Yi Xian. It was unknown what he was thinking. All around, all the ancient race experts were silent. In the distance, Baizong suddenly said, "Little friend, Primordial Qing cannot convince the masses." Yi Xian nodded. "I know." Baizong looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian coldly smiled. "In truth, I hope that they will resist." Baizong was puzzled. "Why?" Yi Xian looked up into the horizon. He lightly said, "This way, I can kill them all." Baizong. Yi Xian quickly walked into the distance. In truth, he wanted to exterminate the Spirit-Yin race and the ancient race. But with his current strength he couldn't do so. And most importantly, if he wanted to change this universe, he needed people. Baizong glanced at Yi Xian, and then followed. After leaving the ancient race, Yi Xian had Baizong bring him to the Holy Church. The Holy Church's headquarters was in the Holy City. The Holy City was extremely prosperous, and there were many people in the city. On the streets, Yi Xian and Baizong slowly walked. No one recognized Baizong. Clearly, this guy didn't often appear in the eyes of ordinary people. Baizong suddenly said, "Little friend Yi, can I bring the people of the Holy City to the fifth dimension?" Yi Xian looked at Baizong. Baizong smiled awkwardly. "I'm a little selfish. My cultivation is related to the power of faith." The people in the city are all my believers. If I bring them there, I can save them, and I can continue cultivating. Yi Xian turned and looked around. He softly said, "Help me pass down my order. Tell the people of Spirit Realm that as long as they are willing, they can go to the fifth dimension. If I can resist the fifth dimension calamity, then everyone will live. If I can't, then everyone will die together. If they are not willing, I won't force them. But if they go to the fifth dimension, then they must follow the order that I Yi Xian set." Baizong nodded. "Okay." Yi Xian suddenly said, "Can I visit the Banished Immortal Island?" The Banished Immortal Island. Baizong's expression changed. He hurriedly shook his head. "Little friend Yi Xian, don't provoke those two grandpas. Those two are really unreasonable people." Yi Xian hesitated for a moment. Then he nodded. "Okay." Hearing this, Baizong immediately relaxed. He was really afraid that Yi Xian would provoke those two women. Those two women were really crazy. After a moment, Baizong left. On the streets, Yi Xian slowly walked. Fifth dimension calamity. Right now, he had no enemies in the fifth dimension or the sixth dimension. However, This fifth dimension calamity was something he had to face. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly turned around to look. There was a woman sitting not too far away on his right. The woman wore tight clothes. Her hair was tied up high, and there was a wooden sword on her back. Moreover, there was a bowl of wine in front of her. Meanwhile, the woman suddenly picked up the bowl and drained it in one gulp. After that, she placed the bowl on the table, and then she turned around to look at Yi Xian. In the next moment, she suddenly pressed her fingers together and pointed at Yi Xian. Go! The wooden sword on her back suddenly flew out, and it tore through the sky and slashed directly at Yi Xian. Yi Xian's pupils constricted. He suddenly stomped his right foot on the ground, and his sword domain appeared. However, at the instant that the wooden sword entered his sword domain actually shattered on the spot. Yi Xian's expression changed greatly when he saw this scene. He held the executioner Heaven's sword in his hand and stabbed forward. This strike directly stabbed the wooden sword. Bang! Yi Xian instantly retreated explosively for over 10 kilometers. And he directly retreated into the mountains outside the city. Moreover, his entire body had even split apart. Especially his right hand. Ghastly white bones could even be seen. Yi Xian was slightly dazed. Damn it! I just broke through, yet I'm getting beaten up? P.S. If you don't vote, then is there any meaning to the existence of votes? Chapter 1188. At this moment, Yi Xian was indeed dumbfounded. Who was this sword-wielding woman swordsman? Moreover, she was wielding a wooden sword. Most importantly, his body was actually unable to absorb the other party's sword intent. His invincible sword physique actually failed at this moment. Yi Xian looked at the woman who was walking towards him. She had an oval face and a pair of phoenix eyebrows. Her eyes were calm, but they exuded a chill that made one shudder. Yi Xian looked at the woman. If I'm not wrong, you should be from the banished immortal island. The woman stopped in her tracks. At this moment, the wooden sword suddenly flew back to her and slowly flew along her body. The woman looked at Yi Xian and was about to attack when Yi Xian suddenly said, You should have a reason for wanting to kill me, right? At this moment, his physical body was healing itself. However, that sword earlier could be said to have severely injured him, so he needed some time. The woman took a wine gourd from her waist and took a gulp before saying, Someone paid me a high price to take your head. Yi Xian hurriedly said, No matter what the other party paid, I'll pay double. The woman put down the wine gourd and looked at Yi Xian with a raised eyebrow. Double? Yi Xian nodded. Double. The woman shook her head. I'm a person with principles. Yi Xian raised his palm. 5 times. 5 times. The woman's eyes lit up. We can negotiate. Yi Xian. The woman opened her palm, and in her palm was a wisp of deep purple qi. The other party gave me this to take your life, and then take something from you. Purple qi. Yi Xian glanced at the purple qi, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. That purple qi was so pure. The woman looked at Yi Xian. Do you have this? Yi Xian looked at the woman. Do you need this? The woman nodded. Yes. With that, she took out the wine gourd and took a gulp. How bold. After drinking, the woman looked at Yi Xian. Do you have it? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. The woman took a step forward and arrived in front of Yi Xian. The woman looked at Yi Xian. He gave me 100 strands of this purple gas. Yi Xian opened his palm. There was a ball of purple gas in his hand. If it was counted by strands, there were at least 1,000 of them. His purple energy was even purer than the purple energy in the woman's hand. Seeing that Yi Xian had so much violet qi in his hand, the wooden sword flying beside the woman suddenly stopped. She looked at Yi Xian and said, So much. Yi Xian smiled and said, Yes, they're all yours. The woman said, Just give me 500. Yi Xian shook his head. Take the extra as a gift from me. The woman looked at Yi Xian. Why? Yi Xian smiled and said, I'll treat it as a friend. What do you think? Friends. The woman fell silent. Yi Xian looked at the woman and was secretly on guard. This woman's strength was much higher than Bai Cong's. He didn't dare to be careless. The woman suddenly retracted the purple gas. She looked at Yi Xian and said, "More?" Yi Xian didn't say anything else, and took out another 1,000 strands of purple gas for the woman. The woman didn't refuse. She retracted the purple gas and said, "The one who asked me to kill you is from the 6th dimension. As for who it is, I don't know." The 6th dimension? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Who is it? It shouldn't be the Union Hall. Yi Xian's expression sank. He suddenly realized that the Union Hall couldn't represent the entire 6th dimension. Just because the Union Hall didn't cause trouble for him, didn't mean that the other powers wouldn't. Yi Xian looked up at the starry sky above him. Originally, he thought that the 5th dimension and the 6th dimension had no opponents. But now, it seemed that it wasn't the case. The woman suddenly said, "The other party is very strong." Yi Xian looked at the woman and asked, "Is he still here?" The woman nodded. "Yes." Yi Xian suddenly said, "You really need the purple gas?" The woman looked at Yi Xian and said, "Yes." Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "I'll hire you to be my bodyguard. What do you think?" The woman said, "It's expensive." Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, "Then can it be cheaper?" The woman thought for a moment and said, 300 strands of purple gas a day. Yi Xian said, "That's fine." The woman said, "I want to go to a place first." As she spoke, she glanced at Yi Xian and said, "Are you coming with me?" Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and asked, "Where?" The woman said, "Banished Immortal Island." Banished Immortal Island? Yi Xian glanced at the woman. Sure enough, it was as he guessed. She was from Banished Immortal Island. The woman asked again, "Are you going?" Yi Xian said, "What do you want me to do?" The woman said, "I might need your help." Yi Xian nodded. "I'm going." The woman said, "Let's go." As soon as she finished speaking, she directly flew up onto her sword. Yi Xian laughed bitterly. This fellow really acts swiftly and decisively. Meanwhile, Baizong appeared in front of Yi Xian. Baizong glanced at the ray of light in the distance and said softly, "Young brother Yi, why has she come looking for trouble with you?" Yi Xian said, "Someone in the 6th dimension asked her to kill me." The 6th dimension? Baizong frowned. "Who is it?" Yi Xian shook his head. "I don't know. However, I'll investigate it." Baizong nodded. "Looks like there are still some people in the upper dimension who haven't given up. And they want to seize your study." Yi Xian looked at Baizong. "Senior, I'll leave the matters here to you. I'm going to Banished Immortal Island." Baizong hesitated for a moment and said, "It's dangerous." Yi Xian smiled and said, "It's fine." As soon as he finished speaking, he flew up onto his sword and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Baizong looked at the horizon and shook his head. Are the people in the upper dimension stupid? Do you think you can touch young Master Yi? A bunch of retards. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. At the end of the horizon, Yi Xian and the woman flew on their sword. The woman liked to drink. She had drunk a lot along the way, and her body reeked of alcohol. Yi Xian glanced at the woman. "How should I address you, senior?" The woman put down the wine gourd. "Adieu. Adieu." Yi Xian's expression was a little strange. "No wonder you like to drink." The woman turned around and glanced at Yi Xian. "You're quite strong. At this realm, you can withstand my sword without getting injured. In the entire spirit realm, only that girl from the spirit clan can barely do that." "Guanyin?" Yi Xian asked. "Do you know Miss Guanyin, senior?" The woman said casually, "I met her by chance and gave her a few pointers." Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. Fortunately, she only gave her a few pointers and didn't take her as a disciple. Otherwise, he would be in big trouble. He finally realized that the woman's strength far surpassed that of Guan Sheng and Baizong. A swordsman of the same level would usually be more powerful than a swordsman of the same level. The woman asked again, "You've comprehended domain?" Yi Xian nodded. The woman said, "There's a big problem with your domain." Hearing this, Yi Xian was delighted and hurriedly asked, "What problem?" The woman picked up the wine gourd at her waist and took a big gulp. Then she said, "Your domain is too weak. Without a strong sword intent and sword cognition to support it, this kind of domain is like grass floating on water. It's too weak and will scatter easily." Yi Xian hesitated and then asked, "Sword cognition?" The woman looked at Yi Xian. "Didn't your master teach you?" Yi Xian blinked, and then he shook his head. "No. She only pointed out a single path for me, and then she asked me to figure out the rest on my own." The woman spoke softly. "No wonder." As she spoke, she hung the wine gourd at her waist and said, "Sword cognition is your faith in the sword Tao. Sword cognition is above sword intent. And once intent attains the limit, it's thought. It's a form of advancement of sword intent. One thought, one sword, one thought, 10,000 thoughts, 10,000 swords." Sword cognition. Yi Xian fell silent. At this moment, he'd suddenly noticed a new world in the sword Tao. Sword cognition. In the distance, Audiobook didn't speak any further, and she continued drinking from her wine gourd. Yi Xian hurriedly walked over to Audiobook, smiled embarrassedly, and then said, "Senior Audiobook, sword cognition is above sword intent. Then how do I achieve one sword with one thought?" Audiobook gazed at Yi Xian. "What's your faith in the sword Tao?" Yi Xian fell silent. Faith in the sword Tao. Yi Xian didn't think for long. Protect. He wanted to use his sword to protect his sister, Yi Ling, and protect everyone around him. Audiobook said softly, "Will of protection. Then your sword is the sword of protection." The stronger your sword Tao faith is, the stronger your sword cognition will be. As she spoke, she looked at Yi Xian. The sword is strong because of the person, and the person is strong because of his thoughts. Yi Xian hurriedly asked, "How do I do it?" Audiobook pondered for a moment, and then said, "Use will as a sword." Yi Xian asked again, "How do I use will as a sword?" Audiobook looked at Yi Xian. "If you ask that, there's no way we can continue this conversation." Yi Xian was speechless. Audiobook continued, "How to use will as a sword depends on you. If you can comprehend it, you can succeed. If you can't, it's meaningless no matter what others say." Yi Xian looked at the wooden sword behind Audiobook. "Is Senior Audiobook's sword an ordinary wooden sword?" Audiobook nodded. "Yes. Wooden sword." Yi Xian fell silent. The other party had used a wooden sword to break his sword domain and body. Sword cognition. Yi Xian took a deep breath. The path of sword Tao was much further than he had imagined. The woman in front of him was a true mortal sword. An ordinary sword was in her hands, but it was comparable to a divine weapon. As for the plain dress woman, her realm was definitely higher than the woman in front of him. Then there was a problem. What level had the plain dress woman reached? It wasn't entirely a good thing to have an overly powerful sister. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly. He looked at the executing heaven sword in his hand. Sword cognition. How could he transform his sword Tao faith into a sword? Yi Xian fell into deep thought. As for Audiobook, she didn't disturb Yi Xian, and only cared about drinking. Along the way, Yi Xian was puzzled and had a headache. He wanted to ask the woman in front of him, but he knew that there wouldn't be an answer. Swordsman was like that. If he could comprehend it, it was fine. If he couldn't, it was useless to say anything else. At this moment, Audiobook suddenly said, "We've arrived." Yi Xian looked into the distance and saw an island at the end of his vision. Banished Immortal Island. Audiobook led Yi Xian to land on the island. When they passed by a certain place, Yi Xian saw a statue. When he saw the statue, he was stunned. He knew this statue. The statue was of a man wearing a cloud-white robe, with a sword hanging from his waist. One of the owners of the 3 swords at the top of the pagoda. At this moment, Yi Xian was dumbfounded. Chapter 1189. One of the owners of the sword at the top of the pagoda. Yi Xian turned around to look at Audiobook. "Senior Audiobook, who's that?" Audiobook gazed at the statue and said softly, "The founding ancestor of Immortal Banished Island." The founding ancestor of Immortal Banished Island. Yi Xian fell silent. Audiobook suddenly said, "You seem to know the founding ancestor." Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, "To tell you the truth, I'm an inheritor of your founding ancestor." Ha! Ajiu almost spat out the wine she'd just drunk. Yi Xian gazed at Ajiu and felt slightly innocent. "I'm serious." Ajiu blinked. "Do you have proof?" Yi Xian said seriously, "Yes." As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his palm, and a sword appeared in his hand. It was the swordsman's sword. Ajiu's expression instantly changed when she saw the sword in Yi Xian's hand. Yi Xian gazed at Ajiu. "I wasn't lying, right?" Ajiu gazed at Yi Xian. "Where did you get this sword?" Yi Xian said seriously, "Master gave it to me." Ajiu's expression was slightly strange. She picked up the wine gourd at her waist and took a huge gulp. At this moment, her mind was in a mess. This fellow actually has the founding ancestor's sword. What the heck? He even called the founding ancestor master. Then what should I call him? Yi Xian suddenly said. "According to seniority, I should call you senior sister." Senior sister. Ajiu gazed at Yi Xian and hurriedly nodded. "Yes, call me senior sister." Yi Xian hurriedly bowed respectfully. "Greetings, senior sister." Ajiu suddenly asked, "How did you know the founding ancestor?" Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, "A very long time ago I met his clone. He noticed that my physique was extraordinary and my natural talent was extraordinary. So he took me as his disciple." Ajiu sized up Yi Xian and said, "That's it." Yi Xian nodded. "Yes." Ajiu gazed at the sword in Yi Xian's hand. She fell silent for a short moment before she said, "I'm quite confused right now. Let me have some wine to calm myself down." After saying that, she picked up the gourd at her waist and gulped it down. Yi Xian was speechless. A moment later, Ajiu turned to look at the statue. She drank a mouthful of wine and said softly, "There's actually one more junior brother. But my banished immortal island can only have 2 people. What should we do?" Yi Xian quickly asked. "Why are there only 2 people?" Ajiu looked at Yi Xian. "Because it has always been 2 people." Yi Xian said seriously. "It doesn't matter if there's one more person, right?" Ajiu thought for a moment and said, "But there have always been only 2 people." Yi Xian's expression turned bitter. "Then are you going to kick me out?" With that, he turned to look at the statue and suddenly burst into tears. "Master, disciple's life is bitter. First I was chased by the spirit realm, then by the 6th dimension. Now that I've met you, I thought I found someone to rely on, but senior sister wants to kick me out of the sect. My life is so bitter." Ajiu suddenly said softly, "I didn't say I'm going to kick you out." Yi Xian quickly looked at Ajiu. Ajiu hesitated for a moment and said, "But there have always been only 2 people on the island." Now, Yi Xian suddenly burst into tears. "Master, I'm so miserable. I'm so miserable." Ajiu was dumbfounded. After a moment, she took out the gourd and gulped down a mouthful of wine. After that she said, "This junior brother is quite scary." Seeing that Yi Xian was still crying miserably, Ajiu suddenly said, "You stay." Yi Xian hurriedly stopped. He looked at Ajiu and chuckled. "Thank you, senior sister." Ajiu was speechless. Yi Xian put away his sword and said, "Senior sister, don't you have something to do? Let's do it first." Ajiu nodded. "I almost forgot about it." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and left. Yi Xian hurriedly followed her. In next to no time, Ajiu led Yi Xian to a bamboo house. Yi Xian noticed that there were numerous bamboo swords placed in the courtyard. Ajiu walked into the bamboo house while Yi Xian followed. Yi Xian saw a little fellow in the bamboo house. The little fellow was completely snow white, shaped like a rabbit, and had a very weak aura. Ajiu walked over to the little fellow, opened her palm, and then countless strands of violet energy appeared in front of the little fellow. The little fellow instantly opened her eyes when she sensed the violet energy, and then she gazed at Ajiu. Ajiu said, "Inhale." The little fellow blinked, and then she sniffed lightly. In next to no time, the violet energy was inhaled by her nose. Yi Xian suddenly asked, "Senior sister, is this a spirit?" "Senior sister." Ajiu was slightly stunned. Obviously, she wasn't quite used to this new junior brother. However, she didn't refuse and nodded. "It's a spirit vein. the spirit vein of the banished immortal island. Yi Xian said softly. Why is it so weak? Ajio said. After Guan Sheng and the other idiots swallowed the spirit of the spirit realm, the other spirits were also affected. Now the spirit chi of the spirit realm is disappearing at an extremely fast speed. Many spirits are affected. At this moment Yi Xian thought of Tendo. If something happened to Tendo, the fifth dimension would probably be greatly affected. In a short while, the spirit absorbed all the violet energy. After absorbing the violet energy, her condition was clearly much better, but she was still somewhat weak. The spirit raised her head and looked at Ajio pitifully. Ajio looked at Yi Xian. When Yi Xian walked in front of the spirit was clearly very vigilant and hurriedly shrank back. Yi Xian smiled awkwardly. I'm a good person. The spirit looked at Yi Xian with a vigilant expression. Yi Xian opened his palm, and a lot of violet energy appeared in his hand. He handed the violet energy to the spirit. When the spirit saw the violet energy, her eyes instantly lit up. However, she seemed to be afraid of Yi Xian, and did not dare to approach. Yi Xian placed the violet energy in front of the spirit, and retracted his hand. The spirit hurriedly pounced over and frantically absorbed the violet energy. Yi Xian looked at Ajio. Senior sister, why didn't you stop Guan Sheng and the others from doing such inhumane things? Ajio said calmly. I was in seclusion. When I came out, they were already dead. As she spoke, she looked at Yi Xian. I heard that they went to find you and were killed by you. Yi Xian smiled awkwardly. I didn't kill them. Ajio said. You have great karma on you. It's a troublesome matter. Yi Xian said seriously. Senior sister, are you able to see the karma on me? Ajio glanced at Yi Xian and said. Yes. Yi Xian was moved. This cheap senior sister in front of him was stronger than he had imagined. Ajio suddenly said. Why did the sixth dimension want to kill you? Yi Xian said in a low voice. Because they wanted to snatch my study room. Ajio frowned slightly. Study room? Yi Xian nodded. The spirit realm wanted to snatch my study room as well. Ajio said, take a look. Yi Xian nodded. He opened his palm, and the study room appeared in his hand. A strange glint flashed in Ajio's eyes when she saw the study room in Yi Xian's hand. Yi Xian asked, what's wrong? Ajio said softly, this item is extraordinary. Keep it well. Yi Xian said in a low voice, but some people from the sixth dimension want to snatch it. Ajio said, kill. Yi Xian was speechless. At that moment, the spirit absorbed all the purple gas. Then it looked at Yi Xian. There was no longer any wariness in its eyes. On the contrary, there was a hint of flattery. Yi Xian chuckled before he took out 100 wisps of purple gas and handed them to the spirit. The spirit hurriedly crawled in front of Yi Xian and began absorbing. After absorbing the purple gas, the spirit's aura became stronger and stronger. Yi Xian looked at Ajio. Senior sister, is the person from the sixth dimension still here when he came down to kill me? Ajio said, stay here. I'll go take a look. With that said, she turned around and disappeared. The sixth dimension. Yi Xian looked at the sword beam in the distant sky and was puzzled. What faction wanted his study room? Yi Xian turned to look at the spirit. It had already finished devouring the purple gas and was looking at him with a fawning look. Yi Xian said, do you still want it? The spirit nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. Yi Xian spread out his hands. No more. The spirit blinked and then hurried to rub against Yi Xian gently, as if trying to please him. At that moment Xiaolinger suddenly appeared beside Yi Xian. She picked up the spirit and threw it to the side, causing it to roll. Xiaoling looked at the dumbfounded spirit in the distance and said calmly, do you have a problem? The spirit blinked and looked at Yi Xian. Xiaolinger blocked its line of sight. Do you want the purple gas? The spirit nodded. Xiaolinger suddenly said angrily, do you know that you eat the purple gas as if it's rice? Yi Xian finally understood. Xiaolinger felt that the spirit had eaten too much purple gas. The spirit blinked innocently. Yiling suddenly walked in front of it and grabbed it. You can eat the purple gas, but you have to work. With that said, she brought the spirit into the prison pagoda. Yi Xian had a strange expression. Xiaoling, seemed to have forgotten that the spirit didn't belong to her. Yi Xian didn't think too much about it. He sat down cross-legged and started to comprehend sword perception. What he wanted to do the most now was to comprehend sword perception and allow his sword Dao to reach a higher level. In a certain part of the starry sky, a ray of sword light streaked past. In next to no time, a woman appeared in the starry sky. It was Agio. Agio glanced at her surroundings. Meanwhile, a black shadow suddenly appeared not far in front of her. The black shadow said in a hoarse voice, "Your actions are very shameful to me." Agio looked at the black shadow. "Who are you?" The black shadow said. "What exactly made you go back on your word?" Agio drank a mouthful of wine and said, "Money." The black shadow was slightly stunned. Right at this moment, Agio suddenly stabbed out with her sword. One thought, one sword. This sword strike was swift to the limit. However, it stabbed empty air, and the black shadow had suddenly appeared over 1 kilometer away. Agio looked at the black shadow. Meanwhile, the black shadow gradually became illusory. "You'll regret this." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished completely. Agio raised her head to glance at the starry sky, and then she turned around and left. Around 15 minutes after Agio left, the black shadow from before appeared once more. A voice suddenly resounded by the black shadow's side. "You can't expose your identity while moving about in this world. Understand?" The black shadow nodded. Understood. Now, regardless of whether it was the 5th or 6th dimension, not a single power dared to go head-on against Yi Xian. However, they could play dirty. Within the bamboo house, Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground, and he was still comprehending. Right at this moment, his expression changed drastically. At the instant he opened his eyes, a destructive force blasted against the bamboo house. P.S. The editor drank a little today, and then he talked to me for a long time. He said a lot of things from the bottom of his heart. He said, "Green Phoenix, you can clearly rely on your looks to make a living. So why write books?" I'm actually speechless. Yes. I can clearly rely on my looks to make a living, so why write books? You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.